call the meeting to order. Any items from the public? Yes, sir. Mr. Delegate Comp, future Delegate Comp.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm back.
We noticed.
Yeah.
Thanks for the warning.
Yes. I would have brought biscuits, but I wasn't sure you're going to be here on time for them. I'm former West Virginia Delegate Larry Kump, and I'm the new Republican nominee for the new district, House of Delegates District 94. Actually, I wasn't going to be here this morning, but I had to come down this morning to the voter registration office. Sadly, me and my wife, my beautiful and bodacious wife Cheryl, though we both voted, she voted absentee and I voted early, we still haven't got our voter card, so I'm going to go down and try to get that fixed this morning. I appreciate the opportunity to see you all again. It's been a while, and you're going to see me again, and I offer my condolences for that. Conversation I had with President Copenhagen this morning, I just wanted to mention briefly, one of the big issues on my agenda for the legislature coming up is Route 9. It's a mess and it needs to be fixed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Anyone else from the public? I need a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. President, if there's no modifications or changes, move that we approve the agenda for Thursday, May the 12th.
Second motion.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Any questions on the purchase order?
Mr. President, if I may, just two quick things. You'll notice on page 4, we did encumber, last week you approved the bid award for the removal of asbestos, the demolition and removal of material at 126 West King Street, as well as the removal of the teller pedestal and drive-through roof on 110 in the amount of $90,880.02. We did encumber that money. We encumbered it out of cold severance. Cold severance, after paying the last disbursement to the airport, has a balance of about $160,000 after the encumbrance. So that's pretty much what we projected as the beginning balance for next fiscal year. Also on page 8, we encumbered $55,050 for Hagerstown Ford, which is for 2 Explorer 4-wheel drives that had been approved by the council. We had been told that they would be delivered soon, so we thought we had to encumber the money. We actually took delivery of both of those vehicles this morning.
Which ones were those? For what department?
One goes to IT and one goes to Randy Lilly in Emergency Services.
Okay.
So we did take delivery of those vehicles this morning.
We have to do anything to the vehicles?
No.
Outfitting.
Well, we'll have to outfit
Randy's.
Randy's. The problem is, last week we had the need for, we had 7 different people asking for the Ford Expedition that we use as our pool vehicle. So we had to, Mike and some of his guys were going to Moundsville for the mock riot. We had some planning folks going to get some training for flood certification. So we were anxious to get these vehicles so we'd have a few spares.
So the IT would be Gary's.
Yes.
And that Expedition comes back.
That Expedition will go back into the pool.
Right.
As a pool car.
I thought we just recently done Randy's vehicle.
Well, we gave Randy's vehicle to, we had the fire chief,
Okay.
Chief Roberts, and we have Sean. Both needed vehicles. When Councilperson Gokenauer was there, we gave the vehicle that he had to Chief Roberts. So we needed that extra vehicle for
We needed 2 people to fill his shoes.
Correct.
Now we need 2 vehicles to fill them.
Correct.
I told you. I wasn't kidding.
All right. We have, anybody have any questions for Alan? We have 7 internal budget revisions, Mr. Davis.
Yes, sir. Next week we'll be bringing in encumbrances. We have had a couple encumbrance requests from Virginia, of course, which we normally get.
Right.
But we do have 7 internal budget revisions, 6 from Sheriff Harmon and 1 from Brian Ross. The first request from Sheriff Harmon is Department 700. Sheriff Harmon's requesting that he be allowed to decrease line 105 insurance by $1,600. Current unencumbered fund balance is $156,921.35 with 69.5% spent to date. We are now through 10 months of the fiscal year, so for purposes of salary and benefits, we should be landing at around between 83 and 84%. Because some of the employees have not been there the full year, of course, he has not used the full amount of the health insurance allocation. Then he would like to take that $1,600 and infuse his overtime budget, line number 108. As the council's aware, that budget currently has a deficit balance of $167,092.62 with 170.2% spent
Wants to
today.
take what and put it in that budget line? Which one?
$1,600 from insurance.
Okay.
So now that
Just want to make sure that was on the personnel.
yes, sir, it is
Sorry.
within personnel. It's within the 100
All right.
line items. The second request from the sheriff, he's requesting that he be allowed to reduce line 229, court costs and damages by $601. Current unencumbered fund balance is $4,771.42, with 20.5% spent to date, and increased line 212 telephone by $601. That account currently has a deficit balance of $600.94, and of course, that's to correct the deficit balance. The next request from the sheriff, again, is to reduce line 229, court cost and damages, by $197. It increased line 218, postage, by $197. That account currently has a deficit balance of $196.51. The next request from the sheriff, again, is to reduce line 229, court cost and damages, by $316, and increase line 230, contractual services, by $316. That line item currently has a deficit balance of $315.24. The last request for law enforcement from Sheriff Harmon is to reduce line 341, supplies and materials, by $179. Current unencumbered fund balance is $59,821.79 with 78.7% spent to date. And increased line 345, uniforms, by $179, but that account has a total deficit balance of $3,605.83. The final request for Sheriff Harmon is for Deputy Reserve 708, Department 708. Sheriff Harmon's requesting that he be allowed to reduce line 341, supplies and materials, by $105. Current unencumbered fund balance is $153.41 with 93.9% spent to date. An increased line 345, uniforms, by $105. That account currently has a deficit balance of $104.17. And the final request is from Brian Ross, Department 440 Engineering. Mr. Ross is requesting that he be allowed to decrease line 220, advertising and publications, by $175. That account currently has an unencumbered fund balance of $1,400 with nothing spent to date, and increased line 222, dues and subscriptions, by $175. That account currently has a deficit balance of $175.
I'm looking at something. You probably know it by now. What's the percentage we should be at on our right now? Do you know?
83.33.
80.33?
83.33.
Okay. All right. All right, anybody have any questions for Mr. Davis on the 7 internal budget revisions. All right. Moving on, change of status. We have a change of status received from Randy Lilly, Director of Emergency Management, for Zachary Markley to change from firefighter 1 to firefighter 2 effective May 16, 2022, with an annual salary increase from $51,802 to $53,500. A letter of resignation received from the IT Department for Whitney Hieronymus effective May 6, 2022. A request from the Honorable Elaine Malk, County Clerk, to remove Shally Lapp from payroll effective May 4th, 2022. Any questions on change of status? We have approval minutes. Everyone was present for April the 28th. Any changes or corrections on those? We have the County Council calendar. So we have Board of Canvas on Monday at 9 o'clock, and that's going to be here in Dunn Building and Voters, I'm sure, right?
Yes, sir.
And then we'll be back in the chambers at 9:30 on Thursday morning. And we look for Board of Canvas to maybe to take a while, if I'm guessing. And the boards and commissions, we have Fire Board tonight here in the chambers. We have Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority, 4 p.m. Health Board, 5:30 p.m. Main Street Martinsburg, 6 p.m. Airport Authority, and 6 p.m. Planning Commission. On Tuesday the 17th, 9 a.m. Councilperson Vice President Whitaker on WRNR, 11:30 a.m. Parks and Rec, 5 p.m. Sewer District, 6 p.m. Stormwater. Wednesday, the 18th, 1:30 p.m. MPO, 6 p.m. Solid Waste Authority. Any changes or corrections on those?
Yes, sir. The Water District meeting scheduled for the 23rd will be held the 16th.
Okay.
And I haven't heard from the health board, so I don't know if that's scheduled for the 16th.
Okay.
Mr. President, next Thursday, we will be starting the meeting at 9 o'clock instead of 9:30.
Okay.
Next Thursday is our actual 250th anniversary. We'll have the unveiling of the new seal. Hopefully we'll have those up by then. We will have some special guests here. We think that we'll have either Senator Capito, Senator Manchin, Congressman Mooney, and Randall Reed Smith on behalf of the governor here, maybe this West Virginia Secretary of State. And then it's my understanding that Councilperson Barnhart is going to read the minutes from the May 19th, 1772 minutes.
You're going to be dressed accordingly.
I haven't been told about the
We
costume.
have to get a hold of Linda because she's the one that picks out your clothes.
Yes, but I don't have a three-pointed hat.
Huh?
But we have ordered the powdered wig.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it. I'll put in my notes right now. Call Linda.
Don't laugh.
All right.
I was laughing at something else.
Yeah.
All right. We have a letter of intent for WV Justice Assistance Program for year 2022. Any questions or concerns on that? We have canceled check, a request from the county clerk's office. Any questions on that? We have a bond release for Spring Mills Medical Office Building, BP file number R01820-16 tied to BCP number 03-15. Bond number CA1534867. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. Any questions on that one? Need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Second. Any other questions? All right. Any comments, I should say. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
There is no board meeting reports, Mr. Barnhart.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. The only meeting I had was the Berkeley County Public Service Water District. They approve the security deposit CD rollover at 0.15%, which is just glorious. They approved the alternate mainline extension for Baker's Crossing, which is on Charlestown Road, which is 7 townhouses. And then they presented the draft budget for fiscal year 23, which probably increase by at least 2 to 3%. They'll formally approve it this Wednesday or Monday night, but it looks good.
All right. Mr. Delier.
I missed a farmland protection meeting this week, but I did sit in on the Development Authority meeting yesterday, and we still have multiple jobs or businesses wanting to come to the county. Some that are expected within the next couple of weeks actually to sign contracts. Jim from the state office announced that he will not be moving to the northern panhandle where he said he was going to earlier. So he's planning to stay here in representation for the state development office. We had a nomination of slate of officers. Abe Ashton as chair or president, I guess, is president, is that what it's called? President, and vice president was Amy Orndorff. Brad Close, I believe, was the treasurer, and I forget who the secretary was.
Who's the president?
On the nomination, Abe Ashton. Of course, that'll get voted on the next meeting. Went into executive session, had several conversations in that, but that was about it.
Okay, Mr. Wicker.
I had no meetings to report on.
Mr. Gokenhour.
I also had no meetings, but Mr. President, if you don't mind, I'd like to take the opportunity to express my appreciation to voters registration folks and all the poll workers that came to assist us in this election under very difficult times. A lot of stuff changed from one day to the next, but at the end of the day, you know, they pulled it off. I just like to, you know, just express my appreciation to those folks.
Well, I'll echo what you say. When I early voted, I said the same thing to the people that was there. Thanks for doing what you're doing, and appreciate every moment you've been here. County clerk's office, because of the hiccup at the state level and the software, the hours that those people put in the last 3 weeks of trying to make sure everybody had the right precinct, which I'm sure some of them may have not got done correctly, but they really worked hard, and the efforts there. And another one other group that we need to recognize, and that is Gary Wine, his department.
Absolutely.
I listened to Gary on the radio the other day, and on election day, and Gary had 11 people working that night before, and I know Gary said he had 19 hours and on the night to get ready, and right back at it again early on Tuesday's morning. And I know Gary and his family works election night to try to help things go smoothly and everything like that. So just want to echo what Councilperson Gokenhour said, and it's a lot of work, and school board had to be involved in that as well. So it's a big thing, big large group of people come together to make that happen. Dan reported on the Development Authority, which I was not present, so Moving on to board and commission vacancies. Any activity there? Have a letter of resignation received from Renee Pfeiffer from the Senior Services Board. We'll send her out a letter and go from there. Mr. Davis, you want to go ahead and get us started on the bid opening, RFQ, Architectural and Engineering Services for Inwood Park?
Yes, sir. At the direction of the council, Tracy and I did put together an RFQ to select a firm that is best qualified to develop numerous park projects, beginning with the 22 acres located in South Berkeley and Inwood. No prices will be included, so all we do, as you know, in the proposals, we'll read them into record, and then the committee will decide on who we feel the best qualified firm is to develop our numerous park projects, not to include not only Inwood, but also the addition to Sportsman's Paradise, and maybe even some work down at, the addition to Poorhouse Farm, and maybe even support down Sportsman's Paradise. The RFQ was directly distributed to 9 architectural and engineering firms. It was placed on the website and social media platforms, advertised in the Martinsburg Journal on Thursday, April 14, 2022. You do have certification publication on file and in your packet. We did issue 2 addendums to the RFQ between the original distribution and the deadline for proposals. The proposals were due no later than 4:00 p.m. on Wednesday, May the 11th, 2022, and we actually received 6 proposals prior to the deadline, and are very, very happy with the response we had, because some of these proposals are currently involved in some of the quality of life projects that we have going on through the city of Martinsburg and also in North Berkeley. So we know we have some very capable firms that have shown an interest in our projects. So first vote now. So if you could just open the proposals, read them in the record, and then I'll take them from you.
You want them marked or anything?
Sure.
Maybe.
Are you gonna divide them up, or do you have one engineering company do all of it?
Typically, we'll select a firm that's best suited to do all the parks designs, and it'll be just like Crabtree. Crabtree was selected a couple years ago to do our building design work, and unless the council feels otherwise, once we get Inwood done, then if you're happy with the job that they've done, then we'll continue to retain them for future park development.
What I'd like to see happen is I'd like to, before you make the decision on who we're going to use, I'd like to have a contact to each one of them to request a timeline of design. And the only reason I say that is because right now we're seeing some crazy extended timelines for people getting the job done. And I'd hate to see us put something out and have to wait a year just to get them to design something.
Well, I was hoping, I'm glad you mentioned that, I was hoping that since Councilperson Gokenauer is the liaison to Parks and Rec, and you also work closely with Parks and Rec, particularly in the Strategic Planning Committee, that the 2 of you would be involved in the committee to select an engineering consultant, and that's part of the criteria that we can use.
Yeah, I don't have no issue with that. You? No.
All right, the first one is HRG, and they are out of State College, PA. Bid number 2, Alpha Architects and Engineering, and they have an office here in Martinsburg, but their main office is out of Morgantown, West Virginia. Bid number 2.
Can you notice the cover of this? Can you notice the cover of this,
Yeah.
actually shows where the entrance is going to be?
Yep. Yep. Sorry.
Chewed this bag up.
He does.
I did.
His knife must be
Why
off.
don't you sharpen that thing?
Look at that thing. It looks like a steak knife.
I don't know what it is, but man, oh man.
All right.
You're welcome.
Bid number 3,
Wife doesn't let you have a sharp knife?
Nope. Tender cuts.
Fox and Associates out of Hagerstown, Maryland. Fox and Associates out of Hagerstown, Maryland. Good turnout. Number 4 on the bid is S&S Engineers. S&S Engineers out of Charleston, West Virginia.
I'm not familiar with them, are you?
S&S Motor Parts.
We're all familiar with that stuff, aren't we? Have a youthful group out in front of us today. Huh? Bid number 5 is Thrasher. The Thrasher Group out of Clarksburg, I believe, isn't it? The Martinsburg office.
I was gonna say they've got an office in Martinsburg.
That's right. Martinsburg, West Virginia.
I think you're right. I think they're mailing.
Bid number 6. CEC Inc. CEC, Civil and Environmental Consultants Inc. And they're out of Bridgeport, West Virginia.
They're currently doing the work for us on the trail, the bike trail, the connected route now.
That concludes our bid opening for architectural and engineering services for the future Inwood Park. And how many acres is that?
22 plus or minus.
23, okay. All right. All right. Well, man, we're right on time. Next on our agenda is Will Lawrence, the fiduciary supervisor order for the estate of Elizabeth K. Washington.
Yes, council, good morning. Happy to report that no action need be taken. Happy to present in front of fellow St. Joe's Crusaders. But also, because young people love nothing more than insurance, bonds, and death. So I will move forward. No public bonding documents have been signed by Mr. Washington. However, both Smith Nadenbush and the underinsured Travelers Casualty and Surety have provided my office with proof of Mr. Washington's increased bonding status from $15,000 to $100,000 per this council's April 14th order. And while Mrs. Snowden, as the named or appointed fiduciary commissioner, may find merit with Mr. Washington's removal for cause, my office no longer has authority to remove them for lack of bonding status. So I am here talking for no reason. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Will. Basically, you sum it up, you don't need anything from us right now. You just informed us on what's going on.
That's correct, council. No action need be taken. No vote need be closed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. You just made us ahead of schedule. Thank you, Will.
That's that whole kind of legal talk there.
Yeah,
that
it
kind of
is.
takes you around in a big
Yeah,
circle.
yeah. You need to break it down for us.
I'm sure he could have given a little bit of background about inheritance taxes and how all that works. I mean,
I wouldn't do that. I'm proud of this stuff. Thank you, John.
Thanks. All right, next on our agenda is Clint Hogben, Chair of Berkeley County Solid Waste Authority, recognition of winners of the school recycling contest. Operation Green Lead.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I noticed, Mr. President, when you made your comment about the youth, you didn't look on my side.
I was all focused on this
Over
side, Clint.
It's the Q-tip thing we got going on.
Yeah, for sure. As the council is aware, Sunday is May 15th, the 250th birthday of Berkeley County. And I'm here today in that regard, with the appropriate attire, to bring the council up to speed on some things that the committee is doing that involve solid waste. Today is going to mark the beginning of a series of events and announcements for the 250th birthday that also coincide with a cleanup effort going across Berkeley County. So Saturday, we will have our very popular tire collection event down at the South Berkeley Recycling Center. We had one in January, but prior to that, we missed a couple years, COVID and other issues. But we think we've got the word out. We're expecting 7, maybe 10,000 tires. If the weather cooperates, and
Do you just individuals?
they are. They bring tires. The rule is 10 per driver's license, so they'll often have a spouse or something and have 10, 20 tires.
Right.
And we'll do hundreds of vehicles, hundreds of pickup trucks, and
I was just wondering because they charge it after on big tires. They charge a huge amount of money to
Right.
dispose. $100-some, as a matter of fact.
oh, I didn't realize it.
Oh yeah,
That
the big ones. The big ones.
Truck tires.
No, bigger than that. But
Tractor.
yeah,
Okay.
well,
tires.
this is an event that we've joined up with 3 DEP, and as I mentioned, it's very important, very popular because tires do cost to dispose of otherwise, and that's going to be the kickoff. Also on Saturday, I expect to see multiple groups out doing litter pickup on roads. These are volunteers. There's 123 volunteers that have signed up throughout the week to do litter pickup along our roads and our bike trails and our streams and creeks. And those will start on Saturday as well. So, there's a church in the Painesford Road area expected to be out. The Martinsburg Air Force ROTC school group is expected to be on Route 9. There's a Boy Scout group who do the Peckin public access area at the Stone Bridge. And those should continue throughout the week as individuals' schedules allow. In addition to that, on Thursday and Friday, we will be running a special collection event, one day at Grapevine Road, the next day at the South Berkeley Center, where we will take bulky goods. Now, we often take stoves and hot water heaters and electronics and things. That's an everyday occurrence, but what's unique about this event for the first time is we're going to take old furniture, sofas and couches, mattresses, things like that won't be recycled, but they do represent a problem with open dumping in the area that's ongoing. And in an effort to help that, we've teamed up with the 250th Committee and Apple Valley, and we're going to run that at each site for one day, and we'll just see how it goes.
You just said a very important company, Apple Valley.
Yes.
Let everybody know. Make sure everybody knows this. What they do for us.
Yeah, Apple Valley is the largest residential hauler in Berkeley and Jefferson County. They also own the waste hauler in Morgan County. They are a very, very important partner to the Berkeley County recycling and litter control programs. Folks may be aware that there's a stream cleanup program that goes through the summer months. There's a roadside litter pickup program that goes year-round, and Apple Valley provides for free the containers and the disposal of all of that material.
You recall how many, I know it changes every week, but how many tons of trash they've taken from just litter control?
I don't, not off the
It's
top of my
huge.
head. It's over 200,000 pounds.
Right, that's what I was going to say. Hundreds
Yeah.
of thousands.
Yeah, it's hundreds of thousands of pounds. It's hundreds of roll-off containers that we filled up off of our streets and our streams that Apple Valley has been kind enough to haul away, whether it was to Insorga or whether it was to the landfill. They haul it away. Now, there were a few items that can't go to either place that the Solid Waste Authority took care of, but the very bulk of those were handled by Apple Valley. Yeah, so good, excellent point. In addition to that, back to the special events, the following Saturday, we're going to also hold our spring paper shred event. So these are for sensitive documents, things, medical records, things that might have social security numbers on them, or things that you're just a little concerned about throwing away.
And that's, what's the date on that one?
That is 21st from 9 to noon at the Grapevine Road Center, and we'll accept up to 5 boxes per vehicle for free. The shredding truck will come on site and be shredded right there in front of you. It's not uncommon for people to say, "Can I wash?" And they want to make sure that it goes up into the truck and gets shredded. You're welcome to do that. So in addition to that, the nonprofit group called West Virginia Litter Busters that was created right here in Berkeley County, they will be running a series of online social media challenges across the state. Each and every day they're going to challenge their followers literally across the state to, in honor of Berkeley County's birthday, to go out and there'll be a challenge. So go out and pick one bag or 15 items or whatever their challenge may be. Every day they will be running challenges. Again, in an effort to improve litter pickup in the area. But the reason that I'm here today is to announce the winners of a school recycling contest that started again at the beginning of the school season. We've done this since 2015. It's been difficult the last couple of years. As everybody knows, life was just harder, and it was harder on the schools, and so we didn't get as many schools to participate as we would like, but hopefully we'll see that bounce back next year. So the school recycling contest has been dubbed Operation Green Lid because Apple Valley donated for this program the use of totes, and they happen to have a green lid. So some of the schools use those totes, some use bags, just use trash bags, as whatever is convenient for them. It was a method or an effort to encourage students to learn about recycling, to learn about proper solid waste management, and the need for that infrastructure to be sound in your community. So any school, private, public, classrooms, any groups of school age could participate. And again, our hope was just to educate students and encourage them to participate in thinking about where their trash goes at the end of every day. So placement in the contest was literally based on the number of totes or the number of bags. We tried to count them and keep track of that as they brought them to the Grapevine Center. And throughout the school year, the schools brought 528 totes to the center. So that was a good year, particularly considering as difficult it was, particularly in the early part of the year. So we have the top 3 winners. And I'll ask Mr. sign these as well, but third place goes to James Runfield. Congratulations. You've been here before.
Both times, yes, sir.
I think you all were a first place winner a couple years ago.
We had the, you guys might laugh this way, the catalytic converter cut off the school van, and it took until about October, November to get one order back in with all the thefts and stuff, so we're a little
Although
behind this year.
we've had them cut off in our parking lot before,
Yeah.
so let me sign that real quick for you, please. Yeah, we understand that.
So on the back of that certificate is an envelope that
I'm sure they recycled that converter.
I bet you they did.
I'm sure the money went towards something good.
On the back of that is a envelope that is a check for $200.
Thank you, sir.
Let's see if I've got this written down. So second place with 188 totes is Martinsburg South Middle School. Congratulations. Congratulations. People smart. There you go. And I think the president wants to sign.
Yeah, please. Thank you all for doing what you did. It's great. It's amazing. Right? South Middle School is still a great school, right?
Yeah.
Huh? Quite a few of us went there.
Quite a few of us didn't.
Well, that's why I said South Middle School is still a great school. Can't say the same where you went. No. It's gotten better over the years, though.
Got bigger.
At least two hedges built in this room.
Yeah, I'm just tormenting him. Back then, it probably only had 5 students in the class.
There was no middle school. We know about it.
It was a one-room schoolhouse, wasn't it, back when you started?
Well, actually, it was, just before I went to Hedgesville, all 12 grades are in the same building.
Probably not
There you
too
go.
well.
How many of them did you get through?
All 12.
Hey, well, I got to pause just for a second. If I don't talk about it now, I'll lose it. You know, there's still a one-room schoolhouse in Tomahawk still standing.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
So young folks over here probably already figured it out with the announcement of first and second place, or second and third place. But first place with 330 totes goes to St. Joseph School. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Here you go.
Thank you. That's wonderful. Thank you very much. And I guess you're supposed to sign it.
Yeah, I am. You can address the crowd if you
Thank
want.
you. Oh.
The students.
Speech.
Well, this is kind of a big deal for us. We have 325 students in our school. So we've got more totes than we have students. I guess. We have a really active bunch here. There's a total of about 13 kids that go around the building every week and collect from bins around the school. And then we have a group of parents that have signed up for all year. Every Saturday, they tote everything over to Grapevine Road, and they've probably gotten to know the gentleman who does the guy that counts for them. And they take everything up to the big rig up at the top of the hill and dump it in and bring the bags back to me. And I'm finally getting some teachers that are starting to bring their trash to me. Is this recycling? So, thank you. It's a treat to be able to represent our school.
Thank you. Both did a great job. And for your troubles, on the back of that, it's a check for $500.
All right.
I think the council might want to do pictures.
Yeah, we're going to do pictures. Any of the students of any of the schools want to say anything? I mean, how much this meant to you, or
Come on up.
feel free. Don't be shy.
Come on up. Oh, come on.
I can remember when I used to be shy. Go ahead, tell us what.
This is really an honor for us. This is a really this is an honor for us for getting second place.
Yes. Well, it's a lot of hard work, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
Every-
what's your name?
Keith Lewis.
Well, good. Good to have you and your school to participate and help Clint keep Berkeley County green, because Clint's very passionate about that. So
Like-
thank you.
Yeah. Every like Thursday we went to get trash. I mean recycle.
I'm sorry.
Every Thursday we went to get recycling.
Good. Great. Well, thank you. Anything?
I'll mention the Martinsburg South Middle School is also one of the schools that signed up for the litter pickup. It's one of the groups that signed up for the litter pickups
Good.
starting next week.
Wonderful.
Now, does that count as totes?
I'm sorry?
Does that count as totes?
Probably not.
All right. Anybody from the county council want to say anything? Okay. We'll take a recess and take photos of everybody.
No, they find a wire, put their own ends on them.
Yeah.
All right, we're back in session. Next on our agenda, Sheriff Nathan Harmon, JSH Group, request to accept donations for emergency events. Good morning, sir.
As always, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all, and I'm specifically excited about being able to speak upon JHS Group, Henry and Jeanette, that and their passion and dedication want to help the community. And I want to speak to you in terms of your guidance on that very passion and dedication that they have condoned to us and the sheriff's office, and basically the overall public safety of the citizens of the county. They're located in Inwood. They're owned, obviously, by Henry and Jeanette, and I believe their sister is here. They're here with us today in the audience. If you have any particular questions in terms of what they do, they, as the letter I submitted ahead of time, they were very proud of what we were doing in the community. They contributed to the law publications literature that we did last year, and this conversation started upon handing them a thank you letter for that donation. And I can say that speaking with Jeanette and Henry, that I've honestly never met business owners so passionate about wanting to contribute to their community and the overall their safety. They're genuinely invested in emergency services, and of course their business speaks to such. If I misspeak, Henry, please interrupt me, buddy. But they offer federal services, or they maintain federal contracts and provide services in times of crisis. And that's the short version of it. But they've expressed wanting to financially assist our agency in a goal of becoming more efficient in providing public safety services to our citizens while keeping our deputies safe in the performance of those duties. They've expressed a financial contribution of approximately $50,000 to our department and the investment into equipment for our deputies, to help our deputies achieve this goal. With that said, I'm asking if the council could give me guidance in terms of how to proceed forward with Henry and Jeanette's gracious offer. Obviously, this is a true blessing that I've not experienced before, and I definitely want to make sure that they have that opportunity to contribute in some form of fashion, whatever that may be.
I believe, Mr. Davis, we have done this before, not as individual, but opened up. Did we have? We are government, which is nonprofit.
Well, we are. The council, and Tim's in the room, so if you remember a year or so ago, one of the local cemeteries wanted to do a memory wall.
Doing it again this year too.
And they are. And the council agreed to set up a special revenue account separate from the general fund that could be used at the discretion of Recovery Resource Center for events. And Tim has used that for events tied specifically to recovery efforts and literature and things like that. We have never typically do not have private companies that have come to us and want to make a donation, and we'll never walk away from anyone that wants to help support government. This is a little different if the council so chooses, and I talked to Anthony, and Anthony's prepared to discuss it also. We would not want any commingling with public funds, so we would open a separate bank account that would be deposited into to be used at the sheriff's discretion. However, this company would not be able to do business with the county. So if there was ever a need for services that they may be able to submit proposals on, we could not we could not accept proposals from them because of the perception
right.
that it would cause. Anthony, do you agree?
Yes, I agree. I mean, local governments can accept donations from folks. The Ethics Commission has a series of advisory opinions on some of these. Obviously, it can't be done to affect any official act of any government employee. So, if they were under investigation, you can't just accept something, something goes away.
Well,
That's not what's happening here. But also, my understanding is that this business does do contract work with governments, which could place a little bit, let's say, a cloudy situation if they try to then get contracts with the county. My understanding is that there's no current contracts or any bids that they're trying to get. But this, I would advise, be made with the understanding that they don't in the future try to.
And just so everybody understands, it's no different than us. Us being elected officials, we sit in this position, we can't bid any work at all. That county participates in funding their budget, whether it's any part of the government or whether it's an outside agency for water, sewer, and airport and all that stuff. Matter of fact, it's even to the point where it may fall under the same thing. Even when we leave office, we still can't do any work or any bidding for anything that's financed or has any funding at all to that organization for over, it takes a year before that happens. So just wanted to make sure you all know that we're not doing anything different than for anybody else, that we aren't held to at our standard, and you being a person in office as well, you would be held to that same thing. So, but that's just want to make it clear that that's just common practice.
Correct. And
just 1 second, please.
And I mean, I don't know if this is just a clear rule, 50 years down the road, if this company's still in business and if it's changed, might be different, but we want to get an ethics opinion before doing any actual business.
Yeah. All right. Henry, you want to come up and state your name? State your name for the record, please.
Okay. Thank you again.
Go ahead. State your name for the record, please.
Henry Shushan.
Okay.
I run all operations and I work for my wife, which owns the business. So we're a big fan of the sheriff and the services. We are a federal contractor for the B2B, for others. We do business with the airport over here.
That's fine.
That's federal though. We don't do anything state.
Right.
And we have some interest in some issues that are done in Charlestown as well. And it's the same thing for us. We don't do any state work. We do a lot of federal work. Just want to know if we can check it out that we do not cross the line, because we do a lot of federal work in the state of West Virginia.
I'm going to say, and Anthony, you can correct me if I'm wrong. You can do as much federal work as you want. You can do as much state work as you want. You can do as much county work as you want, but you can't do it in Berkeley County.
No, well,
right?
Berkeley and Berkeley, so yeah, I'm okay with not doing any business with you. I'm completely fine with not doing any business with you. I'm sorry.
I was going to say,
I'll do business with you.
Maybe I need to rephrase that.
We're a big fan of the service we're getting, and we're grateful to the office over here to see that they're basically making us feel better. We had a couple of very positive encounters with the sheriff and these people. We're very, very happy. And our intention, and I don't know if I'm gonna have to talk to the sheriff to see how we do it. Like technically, when our intention was like to take whatever they have, body armors, non-combative, nothing like ammo or guns. One for our religious beliefs, and second is because we just too much red tape into it. But anything that they will require, if it's recreational for their staff, which we want to do, and if it's life safety for their staff, we'll be happy to. And on top of that, I have approximately 20 or 30 trucks and equipment and stuff like that. If God forbid, there is an emergency, we'll be happy just need those tools to manage the sheriff.
Mhm.
I'm sure we'll get it back, right?
Sometimes.
Hopefully in as good a shape as you have, you let him out.
I've seen how he drives. No, but what I'm trying to say is, we have the sheriff or
Mhm.
fire department, but get your blessing for it, and we want to get involved more and get the sheriff for it.
Okay,
That's what we get.
appreciate it. Anything that, naturally, as things are talked about, the wheels start spinning, as Alan will probably giggle at you, but at me anyway. So naturally, when we do this, it would open the doors for any donation from anybody. And is that correct? Once we start set up a special revenue,
Unless there was some conflict, yeah, they.
right? There can't be no conflict.
The only thing I would ask, and again, I'm not doubting anyone's sincerity for wanting to do this, but this council is all about transparency, and we don't want there to be any perception that any local business or that any elected official is doing anything.
Well, I'm leading into a big question here.
And that's
in a
kind of
couple
why
minutes.
I asked the sheriff to come before the council, because this is live video streamed. That way, everyone knows
Transparency.
transparency. That's exactly right.
All right, so this is going to lead me, I'm sorry, Sheriff, for going on, but this leads me into another interesting conversation. I haven't gotten phone calls lately, but it used to be that I would get phone calls all the time about the State Police Association, right? For a donation towards the State Police Association. I believe that was the title of it, to give money to the local state police barracks or maybe the state itself. And they would always give you this little sticker for your back window, and they would always say, now this isn't a get out of jail free card, right? But you made sure you put that sticker in the back window. Is that something that the sheriff, if he so decides to do, that could do a telethon and say, hey,
that would be more for like our deputy sheriff's association.
Okay,
That's
all right.
more of a social.
But you know what
They
I'm
could
getting
do
at.
the same thing, but it's separate from the council.
That's perfect. But so the reason I say that is because we all acknowledge that you and your department are doing a tremendous job. I think each and every one of us up here brags about what you all are doing. And it'd be another way to be able to do something to because I can imagine there's a lot of people out there that would say, I'm very happy with our sheriff's department, and yeah, I want to help. Just something.
I donated one time $2,500 to a.
Probably got arrested too, did you?
Actually, I didn't, but they gave me a license plate for the front of my car.
Ah, cool.
That actually said, it said the sheriff's office, what sheriff's office it was, and it actually said donor on it.
Right. So it has been done, and I mean I know the association's strong.
It's completely aside from the sheriff. So
Right.
It really has no control over whatsoever.
So there you go. You come in and ask for one thing, you get more.
So if the council agrees, if you direct me to Penny, and I will set up a special revenue account with the bank.
Okay.
Just for public, and we'll call it the public safety contribution fund or something.
And it's subject to audit.
Oh,
Right.
Absolutely.
And no anonymous donations, no $20,000 gets put in there. And then who knows?
Yeah.
And what we typically would do is if, at any other occasion would ever arise where there is someone else would like to donate money, we would probably follow this same process and get the council's blessing, because again, we don't want you or the sheriff or, the fire chief or anyone else
Right.
to it ever be perceived that something inappropriate had occurred.
So basically, all we need to do is give you direction to open up a special revenue account. We don't have to take a vote on to
No,
accept
sir.
a donation.
And it'll show up in a week or so on your consent agenda to open the account.
All right, everybody, all right, to do that, give direction to do that.
Yeah, I'm just mentioning that. So I just wanted to add in there that it might not always be a monetary donation, and I just need some additional guidance on that as well. Henry.
Be listed as an in-kind contribution on whatever you reported it on your account
And-
ledger
and,
or.
so we were talking about, as he had mentioned, potentially body armor, drones, clear equipped drones, things of that nature. So it's not always going to be a monetary donation. We just want to be prepared.
I think that's something that should be brought to the council's attention, and let's use the drone as an example. The drone would have to be listed on our inland marine policy, and there are certain licensing requirements. We would just have to make sure that it's
Sure.
properly licensed and that it's covered.
All right.
And there's additional expense that would have to be incurred for that.
Right, and we've had instances where, someone wanted to donate 2 motorcycles to the sheriff's department. Well, yeah, it's a donation, but maintenance, insurance, it does have an impact.
I remember, I think we had that conversation when one of those support vehicles, or trailers were
Yes, sir.
purchased, and
We just took over the title to that one emergency trailer.
Right.
And again, we followed the same process.
Yeah, I'd venture to say it'd be just the same as the donation of the Bearcat when that was made
Right.
a while ago.
Right. Well, I guess first of all, I just want to say thank you all to the JHS group for wanting to contribute back to our men and ladies in blue. It says a lot, and in today's world, it says a whole lot. And just want to make sure that we recognize you all for doing that, and we applaud you and thank you from our hearts for being able to be here today to do that.
Thank you for all that. It's all the show. We did all the work actually.
All right, thank you all. All right, Sheriff, you have a request for additional overtime allocations for ATV enforcement team.
Yes, sir. As has been echoed since me taking office, we've had major issues within Falling Waters area, specifically Sportsman's Paradise, as well as other areas in the county, HOAs included. Not only have there been multiple nuisance complaints, there have been several complaints of the destruction of properties, to include properties owned by the negligent operation of ATVs throughout this area. Additional complaints received have been the illegal use of ATVs, aside from the destruction of property or private property, not having appropriate lights, front and rear, muffler baffles being removed, operation without a helmet being under 18 years of age, and the carrying of passengers on these ATVs by folks with less than a level 2 intermediate license. It's because of these complaints, I've created an ATV enforcement team comprised of 2 teams of 4 deputies, where Sergeant Shopper will be in charge of these 2 teams. These teams would be tasked with providing intelligence-guided ATV patrols within various areas of Sportsman's Paradise and other locations in the Berkeley County as needed. Our ATV teams will actively seek out and intercept any violators and take the appropriate action needed to bring the situation to resolve so as not to repeat itself. The penalties include $100 fine first offense, face up to $100 fine, a $200 fine for second offense, up to 24 hours community service, and third offense, $500, and up to 100 hours community service. Our intention is to fully enforce that and to also give the deputies the discretion to seize the ATVs if necessary. The County Commission possesses the authority to enact countywide ATV use ordinance, and I do understand that we are drafting a newer version of that, and I feel that that is definitely necessary. But for the remaining 5 months, what we'll call a seasonal period, I would like the council to consider giving me $8,000 in allotted overtime funds to fund these 2 teams of 4 deputies that will go out and conduct these patrols in these areas. When I talk about intelligence guided, we all know that we can run up there at 8 in the morning or even at lunchtime on a Saturday, and that's not typically the hot time that they're out. So we've been gathering intelligence since last year, fall of last year. We had the plan in place. Unfortunately, activity died down, so to speak, and we had ATV issues. We have 6 ATVs. We put 4 into operation with 2 spares. So we have the ability to do it and do it efficiently, and we will monitor it closely for a 5-month period. And that money will go a long way to help with these deputies in doing so.
Let me ask you a question. ATVs are pretty much like a deer or wildlife. They start leaving trails.
Yeah.
Can you just follow the trail and know exactly where they came from?
We can, and that's part of the intelligence gathering that we've already done. We have areas, target areas that we've identified. The problem that we have is sportsmen's a one-way in, one-way out type of thing. The ATVs are getting in through back roads and whatnot. We've identified these areas, and we just need to be strategic about it and be in these areas so we can minimize any ATV pursuits, if you will. Obviously, we want to catch these folks in an act. They're tearing up property, tearing down the signs, county property included, and the nuisance is in by itself a major issue down there. We've gotten with Mr. Hart and spoken with him. He's got the camera equipment for Gary to install. If that's not been done yet, we will work closely with him in terms of being able to identify more specific avenues that are being utilized. But whenever we go down there in a cruiser, they spread like cockroaches, and then they're gone because they know all the outlets, and it's not the main road they're using. So we've identified these avenues. I'd prefer not to go into detail where exactly those are, but we've identified where those are at, and our intentions is to be placed ahead of time strategically and catch them as they come in, and subsequently trap them in.
Good. All right. Anybody have any questions for the sheriff?
No, I mean, I was down there twice this last weekend, and apparently there was law enforcement down there in between the time I was down there, trying to catch some individuals down there as well. And it's been a big problem down there, in my opinion, getting worse. We've had some conversations about trying to rewrite the ordinance, or at least modify it with actually there's a draft in your packet. Right. Had a conversation about that to try to be able to obviously bring it up to date. But and then later today, I want to talk a little bit about some clearing or something possibly down there as well.
All right. Anybody else?
My only question is, does this require a public hearing?
If you modify the ATV ordinance, yes, it would require a public hearing to change the ordinance, wouldn't it, Anthony?
Absolutely, yeah. Public hearing for what? For the fine and all of that, yeah, you would go before a magistrate. And they would get convicted of a misdemeanor, just like any other misdemeanor problem.
Now, I'm at a public hearing before council.
To change, to modify this ordinance?
Yes.
I don't believe you need a public hearing.
Okay.
We created an ordinance in the past that we didn't have a public hearing when we did that.
Certain ordinances you do, this one, I've looked into it, we do. I don't think we should pass the one that I've drafted today without sending it over to the prosecutor's office and letting them take a look.
And it was just being provided for discussion, and Councilperson Delier had requested it earlier in the week, just for something in today's packet, so you could be in some dialogue with.
To look at some modifications.
It would really, give you the same tools, but just a little clearer, easier to understand. Something you can hand to somebody and say, hey, these are things you can't do.
All right. And then I guess, Anthony, if they ignore the $100 fine, they ignore the $200 fine, they ignore the next fine, they ignore all that other stuff. Naturally, I mean, there's gonna be some people that's gonna lose their four-wheelers pretty quick, I think.
Yeah, and that would all happen through the court system.
Yeah, all right. All right. All right, entertain a motion for additional overtime allotment for ATV enforcement team of $8,000.
Is there a limit on that?
Limit on what? $8,000.
$8,000, 6 month reevaluation of how it's going. Progress. Second.
Motion been made and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries, and I'm sure that there may be need for additional money for sure.
So the state budget revision at the end of this month, all we're gonna do is take $8,000 out of contingency and put it into 700's overtime budget.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That's, I just wanna make sure I understand the direction of the council.
Okay. All right, you have request to declare property as surplus.
Yes, we have, Heckler and Koch universal machine pistols. I brought one with me. You can see them with the collapsible stock. These are .45 caliber, and I just wanted to point out that these are ambidextrous selector on it that has a single fire, and then your next switch is automatic. In a situation induced by stress, I've seen it because I've used these in the Marine Corps, and someone hits it with their thumb in a moment of stress, and you see where it goes to the full automatic version and not the semi. We have never used these. Our firearms instructors, our tactics instructors, as well as myself, have gotten together, and we see absolutely no use for these. The ammunition is outrageous, 45 caliber, and truth be told, the liability is atrocious. In terms of fully automatic weapon, you actually have to have specialized training to be able to hold those securely. And you have to, and what I tell everybody in firearms courses when I'm teaching it, there's an attorney attached to every single bullet that leaves that gun. So I would ask that the council consider making the H&K UMPs 45 caliber surplus, as well as the 2 suppressors that come with them.
So these will be items that will be destroyed or sold?
These items will be sold. We already put it out for bid. These weapons in and by themselves sell for roughly about $3,300. There's not a lot of folks that can purchase these because they're ATF
$3,300
regulated.
each?
I'm sorry?
$3,300 each?
Yes, sir. And our intentions is to reinvest that funding into optics to increase accuracy department-wide.
It's my understanding they can only go to certain firearms dealers who are registered and
With ATF.
qualified
Yes,
to purchase.
yes, sir. Because they are fully automatic weapons.
Okay.
We've got a really good 2 bids that did come in. One is very substantial and meets the
Well, in today's world, with the price of stuff going, inflation probably get every penny out that we paid for. More than likely. Plus availability. So they will, the bids that you're getting are from dealers.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So are these county property or?
Well, it is county property.
So
Because the sheriff doesn't own any property.
right,
It's all
so
county
doesn't that
property.
go back into general?
Well,
fund?
that's up to the discretion of the council.
Okay.
What we would have to do is, we'd have to do a formal declaration of surplus property that the council would have to sign, which I can have ready for next week. Certainly, you're gonna wanna see the bids, so you know where this equipment is going. And then, once the check is received, made out to the council, then you can decide whether it goes back into the general fund, and if it does go back into the general fund, if you wanted to go to the sheriff's supplies, materials.
Or you can, were they purchased out of do you know whether they were purchased out of the general fund or the gun fund?
you know, I
I
don't
mean,
know.
to me, right, I mean, if it came out of the gun fund originally,
Right. But even if equipment is purchased out of the gun fund, it's still.
I understand
property of
that.
the-
I
of
understand.
council.
I can advise, if I may, what the intentions of the proceeds from this resale. Our department has intentions of going to a red dot optic on our pistols, which is another presentation by itself, but the accuracy and the what you get out of it in terms of decreasing liability and increasing accuracy in a law enforcement involved shooting is just hands down. We've got studies for that. This will purchase 5, the funds that we get will purchase 5 of those red dot optics to equip the pistols with, as well as buy the holster that's adaptable to that sight. At which time we will pilot those pistols, me included, and we will come back with what our survey was of these. Though we have plenty of information to back up their.
now, so that's an accessory to go on the pistol?
Yes, sir.
What about the pistols that already has the red dot?
Well, it is a cheaper avenue and a more efficient avenue to go with the platform that you're shooting, which is the Glocks that we have now. I've not ventured into seeing if Glock comes with, they can send you an upper receiver that has been beveled to fit and house this optic. And that would be what we're purchasing. So the lower receiver technically doesn't change. I'm thinking about that right there. So half the gun is getting adapted to it. They have already built it. It's already there, versus buying a whole brand new gun. I think at the end of it, with the money that we get from the H&Ks, we're spending $800 total for the 5 weapons that has the optic already on it.
Okay, so only $800 for all 5?
Yes, sir.
Right, right, and those are $3,300 a piece, dude?
If you buy them commercially, they fluctuate between $2,500 and $3,300 depending on where you get them, and obviously the length of time it takes to get them.
So
Doesn't it make most sense to just put that money back in the general fund, have him do his presentation, and then allow him to buy that and fund those when he wants to do it?
whatever, it doesn't matter to me. I think we can horse trade all day.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have any problem.
I'm just talking about
Right.
showing.
Paper trail.
Exactly.
How many of those do you have, Sheriff, that you'll be
We have
surplus?
5
5 of
with
those.
2 suppressors.
So on a good day, hypothetically, what do you think you're gonna get from those? Make it high.
With my understanding, he already has the codes.
Well, he has
I would
two.
think $15,000-$20,000 he'll get for all.
About almost $13,000.
Yeah.
How long have you
Approximately.
had this thing? How long have you had this?
They
15?
they were ordered 2 predecessors ago, from my understanding.
Okay,
I believe we got those under range.
is that right?
I was gonna say.
Well, 15 years ago, I guess it would have been.
So Sheriff, this is the manufacturer serial number, what it is, and then the caliber. So that's all I need for your declaration of surplus property, which I'll have on your agenda for next week.
And the only reason I asked how much he thought he would get for them was because, you know, the red dot on the Glocks at 800 versus 13,000, so we can do a lot with that money. All right, so.
Sheriff, can you send us the proposals you have to surplus these?
So that's you actually, so those red dots, those are the ones that are palm activated, fit right into the receiver of the handle grip of the gun?
No, sir. These are, if a red dot would be if you think about.
I have a Glock with a red dot on.
Okay, and so it's not palm operated at all. This would be a red dot optic that has actually have been beveled into the upper receiver and is constantly illuminated. The officer in and by itself does not have to think about turning it on and off. I do forget the actual lumen hours that you get from that red dot, but it's not. It is. You'll get plenty of use out of the weapon in terms of the red dot staying illuminated.
Yeah, mine's like 20 years old or something.
And that's a dock that won't wipe off.
That's right, that's right.
But, you know, my opinion of it is, you're getting rid of a piece of equipment surplus that you don't use. You
For
have it
15 years.
for 15 years
And
and be able to equip equipment that
piece there that
these folks carry with them every day.
Yeah, you just look right through it though. That's
And unfortunately, they do have to pull those weapons, and it does and would, I would think, reduce the liability of misfire or maybe perhaps a poor shot because you weren't 100% accurate. So even though I know it happens, I would think, I'm not a policeman, never have been, I would think it happens very quickly, but I would also hope that it would improve the accuracy with having that red dot on there as well.
We're going to paraphrase for you a study that was done as well as our own personal experience. And I can tell you my personal experience, hands down, target acquisition, threat acquisition with a red dot is extremely faster than having to find iron sights and line those up on a threat in a stressful situation. And that's, you know, we've done that time and time again in our firearms courses, and I can tell you that it's a huge benefit, as the Councilman said.
I can, only because I've got a red dot on a 45 and I can see where just to practice your draw with the red dot can save you a huge amount of ammunition. You know, just doing that alone. And so I think it's a great idea myself.
I misspoke. Mine's not actually a red dot. Mine's a laser.
Okay.
Mine's a laser dot.
All right. Well, thank you. And we need a motion to request to declare property as surplus with the serial
Next week.
numbers.
You'll do that next week.
We'll do it next week.
Because I'll have to do a formal declaration of surplus property.
That has the serial numbers
Yes,
and
sir.
everything on it.
Yeah, there's a format that has to be followed.
Do we need to do that? Do we need to include who's buying, purchasing them as well?
No, sir, but we'll need the bids to back up.
Right, but naturally we'll have the documentation on who purchased them to make
Correct.
sure that
Yes, sir.
everything's fine.
Yep. Just make sure that, you know,
Okay,
policies and procedures be followed.
all right,
I'll take care of that next week for you.
okay, all right. So you just need direction to move forward.
Yes, sir, I'll take care of it.
All right, Sheriff. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yep. Next on our agenda is Tim Zaya, Community Correction Director, Recovery. Yeah. Next on our agenda is Tim Zaya, Community Correction Director, Recovery Services and Home Confinement Update.
Okay.
Well, I didn't know we were gonna fill the room.
Okay.
We'll talk about it.
Okay.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I frequently come before you all and share just numbers and data. Before I get into my reports, I wanted to give you all an opportunity to match some faces and some actual people with some of the information I share with you. You all know that it's important to me to hire people to do this kind of work who have lived experience with addiction. Well, we have, I don't even know what the exact number is. This isn't everyone, but we have more than 20 staff members now, full-time Berkeley County employees, a couple of part-timers who have experienced addiction in their lives and are now living free from that slavery.
a lot of happy faces out there, Tim.
Yes. There's still a lot of people in our community that look down on people who struggle with addiction and alcoholism and such. But they're just people. They're no different than you and I. They happen to have had that struggle at one point in their life. But freedom from addiction is 100% attainable, and there's a whole lot of living proof right here of it.
Tim, you always get me emotional, you know that.
I know.
Right? And I can tell you what, I'll look up to anyone that has pulled through recovery, because there's many times when we look down, we can't see the person. Okay?
So sitting out here in front of you, these people represent just shy of 200 years of total recovery under their belts. 200 years. And I think it's worthwhile. Having people who have experienced addiction before to do this kind of work makes all the difference in the world. I mean, we have some quality programs over here that are doing really good work, and it's because of these folks.
Yes, sir.
You all should be proud of.
Great team.
Tim, we've been involved in this since late 2015, early 2016, and you and I have been working together since August of 16. And a lot of people ask us how we became so successful in such a short period of time, and I think it's because of the folks here that can talk the talk, because they certainly walk the walk, right? And I can't be prouder of the organization that you've put together and the staff that you have. I think it's second to none.
Amen. I'm going to give you a brief update on our home confinement program, and I'm going to share some information about the Day Report Center, and then we have a special presentation to make regarding Recovery Resource Center. Home confinement program, as I kind of repeat to you, it's a well-oiled machine. It's operating very smoothly. Since January of 2018, we've supervised now 690 offenders. There are currently 103 people under supervision. There are 30 pending cases. So home confinement program continues to kind of slowly increase in numbers. I have a hiring recommendation actually that I'm going to be sending to Mr. Davis here tomorrow or next week to add our sixth, to fill that last vacancy, because their caseloads are starting to tip a little bit. We need to add that additional officer. In 2018, we received $75,600 in payments. Jail costs would have been $808,000 in that calendar year. In 2021, I'll skip 19 and 20. In 2021, we received $90,153 in payments. Jail cost would have been $2,477,010. So the home confinement program not only is saving the taxpayers a lot of money in jail costs, but it's continuing to allow people to maintain employment, to stay united with their families, and there's extraordinary value there. So the home confinement program is doing good things and running very well. Any questions about home confinement?
We do at the airport, we do an economic impact, and I would be interested to see what the economic impact is that's done by home confinement. And by that, you talk about you talk about the jobs that are kept, the taxes that are kept, all of that's put together. What are we at right now when you look at the economic impact for the airport, when they put up the global of it? You recall what it is? I mean, it's an enormous figure.
Yeah.
Enormous figure of what happens, and this is the same exact thing, and for a lack of a better term, it's a trickle-down effect that goes broad and long and broad. So
I think there could be even two parts to that. How does it support and the impact to the local community, but also to the state?
Yeah,
payroll taxes, sales tax, all
we look at the numbers, and the numbers are great, but the lives and all that are what really matters, at least in my opinion. And I think a report like that is something that we haven't done, and it would be enormous. You understand what I'm talking about?
I do, and it would be, some of it would be tricky to measure. I mean, how do you measure the value of allowing a mother or a father to stay in the home with young children that they're raising versus being entirely removed from that house and being put in jail for 6 months to 12 months?
Yeah, the social value is
Yes.
There's not a number to put there.
There's not.
But I would be interested to see what Dan's speaking about just the financial. You know, the social thing, it's totally different, and there's no value to put there. But there is value in exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Of what keeping these folks, keeping them working, keeping them being a good person in society. Okay, they made a mistake, all right, but we're not going to bury them underneath the jail. You know, we're going to give them an opportunity, and when they do mess up, then there's consequences again. Okay, I get it, but in the meantime, they're still contributing. You know, they're still working, they're still paying their taxes, they're still doing all those things, they're still taking care of their families, they're not looking for additional services to be able to do that because they're incarcerated. So I think that there is a lot of financial.
There may be some information. Remember when we were in Charleston, we talked to, what was the guy's name? The
Secretary Sandy?
Yeah. When we spoke to him about the pilot program that he was talking about putting together and doing in the ERJ, and that pilot program was basically those people that couldn't withstand your program that go back to the ERJ, and they have a separate program for those people to go through. And I think
that was a jump program.
Huh?
Jump.
Yeah, but it was like 40% of the people that go through that program in the ERJ would complete that, and those are the people that couldn't go through the programs that you have. So that's a huge step as well, to take the ones that fail out and be able to get 40% of them, back into society. Just a thought.
Program and the rest of the state of West Virginia, how do you tell them what you're doing?
How do I tell them?
Well, obviously you have to brag a little bit. And do you brag to the state of West Virginia, to various county commissions?
I do.
He does.
The word should be spread, of course.
Yes, sir.
And how successful we are, and here's how you do it.
And that's the other part. That's one of the things that we talked about when we went down there, is that, you know what, we'll volunteer, Tim, to help teach and let everybody else know, how this is going on and how.
I don't know how this program is run in other counties.
Not very well.
Oh, we're doing way better.
Well, and that's good, but
I think that crowd there proves it.
But this is part of it, Tim. This is a big part of the success, because when you talk to those others, the council doesn't play, their councils don't play a role in it like yours does.
Now, getting an audience with other councils is not something I've done. I'm not quite sure how to tackle it. Maybe you all can.
We have offered you and Mr. Davis to the Secretary Sandy that we are a partner in this, and so everybody understands. We were there about the jail bill, my position on the jail bill, but we offered our services and how we did things to assist any county that wants to be able to adopt these programs. So, whether they take advantage or not, but it was put on the table to them.
Day Report Center. Just to say we're busy there is an understatement. We started with 5 or 6 participants. We have an active roster of 301 as of yesterday morning. We successfully graduated 283 people. Our recidivism rate of program graduates is 21%, and that's excellent. In the month of April, we conducted 1,739 drug screens, which which is up considerably more than I even anticipated it being this soon. If any of you had to guess how many groups we operate on a weekly basis at the Day Report Center, what would your guess be? The number of groups we operate on a weekly basis.
That's 5.5 days.
6 full days.
6 full days.
6 full days.
I would, if I was going to guess, I would say 4 groups a day.
Okay, anybody else got another guess?
I was gonna say at least 45 groups total.
We operate,
I'm gonna say 12 a day.
we operate, you're closer. We operate 83 groups a week. And that's just the number of groups. That's not the number of hours. Number of hours total is 107 hours a week dedicated to group activities.
And I only took a stab at that because I know how many group rooms you have.
Yeah. 83 a week, 107 hours. And that 107 hours is just groups. That doesn't include individual therapy. So needless to say, we're a little busy. There are 2 things that I want to share with you that have occupied a lot of my attention over the last 6 months. The first is our Catalyst program, our juvenile program that launched in October, November. I don't know. Our juvenile program went from nothing to full. It's at capacity. We have 30 juveniles who are being seen for individual therapy and participating in our youth groups each week. And we have a waiting list now of it's a little over 10. IDA has already committed to funding another therapist as of July of 2023. That funding's already there for another full-time therapist. I hate to wait that long because I don't want our referral sources for the juvenile program to kind of recognize that it's full. I'm not even going to bother sending a referral now because I'm being told there's a 3-month-long waiting list. But that's where it is. There's good work being done there. I just wish there was more that could be done regarding the Catalyst program.
Tim, if I can interrupt, Tim, as you know, Tim and I meet daily. And is it safe to say that as a percentage of growth and participation, the Catalyst participation is currently growing at a more rapid pace than your other programs?
Yes.
And we were concerned about traction and getting the referrals, and as Tim said, the referrals and the amount of participation far exceeds anything that he had anticipated. And when we started the Day Report Center back in 15-16, one of the things that Council President Copenhaver and Councilperson Dollier kept telling me, find the bridge money, because if we find the bridge money, well, the program will be successful, it'll take off. And again, it's taken off far beyond anything we anticipated. The height of funding for an additional therapist dedicated just to this program becomes available in July of 2023. We have an active posting now to backfill therapist positions that this council has already authorized. But it does not include a therapist for the next fiscal year that's dedicated just to this program. And that person, if we wait, will not be available until 2023. I can't believe I'm saying this on Tim's behalf.
Hey, you're being recorded too.
And if we hire another therapist as we start, and I assume you're gonna talk about this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tim's gonna talk a little bit about the second thing that he's been devoting a lot of time to. if the council sees fit for us to hire yet an additional therapist above and beyond the ones that you've already authorized, that would be dedicated to this program, it would be eligible for Medicaid and insurance billing.
Most of the kids have CHIP.
I would really hate to lose this opportunity, and we know that the best way for us, and we'll never get truly ahead of the challenges that we have, but the best way for us to at least start chipping away at it is early on in developmental stages of, if we can get to the kids before they become adults, maybe we can turn some of this around.
Well, we know that's going to be another avenue that we have to do to get into that next generation. We've talked about it many times, Tim. We got to give the next generation some type of light at the end of the tunnel and help guide them to say there's an alternative life for you, and take the high road and not the low road. This council has always seen value in recovery, as you know, and we also understand and love children.
I'm asking the council to give us the bridge money for the next year to hire another therapist.
So Tim usually asks us now.
He's
You're
gonna
asking
ask anyway, so
Boy, I need to start sitting in on these conversations.
Yeah, starting to lose my hair.
You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
All right, need a motion to. I don't even know what the motion is. Need a motion
How much?
To hire an additional therapist, and we won't know unless it's a 1, 2, or 3.
Okay. So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to say I'm extremely proud of this council and Alan Davis, because I remember 7 years ago when we started this battle and these conversations, 7.5 years ago, where we were at, and I just want to say I'm extremely proud of where we've gotten today to be looking at continued ways to help support addiction.
And it would bother me that a child would want help, perhaps both parents, may in fact have this addiction, and then you have a child that recognizes that it's not quite like that at their neighbor's house, but this kid doesn't have direction. So he needs help, he wants help, but he doesn't have anywhere to turn. And I hope that that's what we're able to provide, is that guidance that maybe the parents aren't able to get them to that end of the street.
100%.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Let the record show that we all support it.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. The second item that's occupied a lot of my attention over the last 6 months is, you all are aware, we began this process back we started talking about it early. What year is this? Early 2021, I guess. But we have finally, the process to apply to become a licensed behavioral health facility is there's a lot of work involved. And I asked Denise to come. Denise Holliday is, she was recommended to me by someone that I know and trust, and I called her before I even got into it and said, Denise, are you willing and able to help us through this process? Because I don't have the expertise, I don't have the time to dedicate to all this work. And she said, I'd love to. So she's been wonderful. We owe her a lot of our gratitude for arriving at this place. But I want to share this with you. It came in the mail. I was notified by email, but then it came in the mail shortly thereafter. But the Berkeley Day Report Center is now, has been recognized by the Office of Health Facility Licensure and Certification as a licensed behavioral health facility effective 27 April 2022. And that's a big accomplishment.
I got the photocopy.
Nice picture frame.
Denise, would you like to share anything at all?
Just that it has been a pleasure working with him. He's always been very responsive. And he asked me, and I had actually just retired. And
You're too young to retire, Denise.
Pardon?
You're too young to retire.
Thank you. I had just retired, and when Tim reached out to me, and the person that recommended me to him, I couldn't say no. And so I said, "This is what I can give you." He said, "I'll take it." So it's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, is this, if my memory serves me, we weren't even on track at all until, July, perhaps? That's what the target date of trying to get this
Yes.
done was.
Yep.
July, if
Yep.
I remember right.
Yep.
Because you were kind of under the gun to get there to even by July.
Yep. It took a while, but we got there. We got there.
And the problem was the application packet would be handed to one person to review. And then Tim would call that person, or Denise would call that person, and the person wasn't there anymore.
Yeah, it
So
appeared that it was changing
it
hands.
had been handed off to someone else, and they were asking him for the same information that he'd previously given to the previous. So he had some challenges.
That's a state office?
Yeah, it's hard to believe, isn't it? Yeah.
So we're on to the next phase of utilizing Medicaid and Blue Cross for insurance billing. We now have to get credentialed as a facility, and then get credentialed with the Medicaid MCOs and Highmark Blue, and that's a bit of a process. My goal now is to actually begin billing insurance by September, and I suspect we'll get that done.
This thing expires in October.
Trust me, we're good.
All right.
That they give an initial license when any facility
Sure.
becomes initially licensed. They come and review you after 6 months to ensure that you're compliant and you're following procedures and such, and then they'll extend it on. And if they don't, I'll let you know why. But they will. Because we're gonna make sure and do it right. All right. Recovery Resource Center. I just want to transition here from DRC to Recovery Resource Center. A couple of brief data points, and then I'm going to have Katie up and share something really special with you all. We have a DHHR grant for an SBIRT case manager. I don't know if you all remember that. He started on April 1st, and since April 1st, he has received 21 referrals. And out of those 21 referrals, 17 of those people have been successfully placed into a facility. And I didn't expect numbers like that so far, that quickly. I mean, a month and a half in, and he's doing a fantastic job in getting people into treatment. So I'm very pleased with that. The Recovery Resource Center continues to be a busy office. I go down there and I just kind of am in the way because they're going from office to office, and they're working to get people help, and they do a lot of good work. 7 recovery meetings a week are being held down there currently. Our Joe Tip program just finished a very busy year. They're now in all 4 high schools. They're already scheduling for next year. Where do they start next year, Katie? Spring Mills?
I believe they're going to start at Martinsburg High.
At Martinsburg High. They're in all 4 high schools, though, including Timber Ridge School. They actually go out to Timber Ridge and work with some of those boys. They're preparing for a summer camp right now. They're doing a lot of good work. We have 4 people assigned to the Joe Tip program now. We're considering kind of dividing and conquer and trying to accomplish more work, but we'll figure some of that out. The Quick Response Team continues to do excellent work. Since October of 2020, they've knocked on 575 doors. They have reached 258 overdose survivors, 114 family members, The number of survivors who have accepted services, 46%.
Great.
46%. And I've said to you all before, if I would have had to guess prior to starting, I wouldn't have guessed numbers like that.
No.
And it's all about the people on the team. You have to have the right people on the team. You're doing excellent work. Okay, that's enough data. Katie, come on up. Katie was approached. Well, I'm going to let her share about it. I'm not even going to do it. Katie Morgan is your recovery services coordinator.
So as Tim kind of started off, I was approached back in the fall by a young man named Luke over here and his family. Luke was working on his Eagle Scout project, and he was considering the Resource Center as being the recipients of his project. And the reason being was that in October, this family suffered a loss. Luke lost his older brother to an overdose. And they were looking for a way to give back to this community. So in kind of going back and forth with Luke and his family, we developed a plan that we felt would be most beneficial to our participants. So our idea for these care packages was born. And we received 48 care packages from Luke. He put incredible work in and effort. And these care packages are for our participants for when they go to treatment. So as many of us know, the medical clearance process is horrendous. It can be days of waiting in the waiting room at Berkeley Medical for a bed and to get medically cleared and for a ride to get to treatment. So they lovingly packaged 48 of these. There are little activities to keep them busy, snacks. There's blankets in each one. And the one item in each of them that I think is the most meaningful is that there are little notes of encouragement that were handwritten in each and every one of these packages. So we have already handed out, I think, an entire box just in the short time since you guys have given them to us. My quick response team is actually going to Berkeley Medical as soon as we get done here to hand deliver one of these to a participant who's in the waiting room right now and struggling. So they have already been put to great use. We know that they will continue to be put to great use. So we're just really excited that you guys can recognize Luke, and we are so appreciative of this gift.
Thank you.
Luke, you brought a whole bunch of people to tears. There are so many different things that a young man like you could do with your Eagle Scout project, and probably things that would have drawn a lot more attention and given you a lot more recognition by people in the community. But I am extremely grateful for you thinking about. I mean, who wants to do an Eagle Scout project that gives back to drug addicts, who have many of them. They have stolen lots of things from the family members. They've committed robberies and burglaries to support their habit. They've driven intoxicated. They've put other people at risk. They've done a lot of dangerous things. They've harmed a lot of people. But you all know better than most that for whatever the reason, your son, just like all these folks, just like myself, he developed an addiction. He's probably a good kid. Developed an addiction for whatever the reason was, and unfortunately, it's his life. So for you to want to give back to this population is extraordinarily impressive to me. It speaks to your character, and I congratulate you. Would any of you like to come share? You don't have to if you don't want to, but you're welcome to say a few words if you'd like.
I will.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me be here and to listen to the story. I did not realize that such wonderful things were happening here in Berkeley County. It actually makes me a little bit sad that my son wasn't here in this county to get the help. He was in Glen Burnie. That's a different story. They don't seem to be as caring as you guys and what you have made and paved the way for other addicts. I'm grateful. You know, while I have lost my child, I don't ever want anybody else to feel the pain that I have. And while, yes, my son did do a lot of those terrible things that Tim mentioned, that's still a person. That was my child. And all these other people who are suffering an addiction, that's someone's child. And they deserve a chance, no matter what.
And most of the people like your son, my son, and everybody in the room, you know, very loving people, right? They're very loving, hardworking, we're here to help them any way we can.
And I really am appreciative that I got to sit in on this because I did not realize, you know, I'm hopeful for other people. I didn't realize that this was simply. And I'm glad and thankful that you all are here to help people in addiction.
6 years ago, or even 11 years ago, when I was faced with the same thing you and your family were, there was no help. This has all happened since 2016. And thanks to Tim and the team that he has got committed for him to take this adventure and make Berkeley County a better place, we owe it all to his team, Tim and his team.
Well, I thank you all too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Will do.
I think one of the things we talked about is that we talk about, and we're forced to, because we are the bean counters of the taxpayers, you know. So we always said, as Alan said earlier, as long as we could save one life, it was all worth it, right? And if we could decrease the jail bill, that was a bonus, right? Because for many years, and I think not only Berkeley County, but the whole nation is recognizing that you don't get the help you need when you go to jail. If anything, you go backwards, you slide further down. It gives you more anxiety, you know, because now you're falling behind on your bills, you're losing your license, you know, how do you cope with those things? And I think when you start getting into that downhill spiral, it just multiplies. And then we talk about the social thing of how does it change us from a society? How does it make Berkeley County a better place? And then how does it affect the family? Because you look at the addict, and I've been told before, you know, as some of us has heard, you know, oh, it's just an addict, let them die. And then you talk to them, and they understand, and then they tell you to keep up the good work. I think a life, as we all know, is priceless, right? and just like a lot of your staff, each and every one of you are priceless. And when the day comes when somebody's ready to turn their life around, it's a good day for the whole community. As any parent would say, we'd give our own life if our child could live.
These programs in Berkeley County exist because this council believes in this kind of work and believes what you just shared, Doug. There are other county commissions throughout the state of West Virginia that really aren't there. That's why programs have not been built. They're not invested into because they don't necessarily view the drug addict, the alcoholic, the way that you all do. I'm grateful to work for you all. I'm grateful to work for you all. I appreciate everything you do, all the support that you provide. You believe in these people, and I'm grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, as much as we could talk about this the rest of the day and on what we do here in the county and what the recovery services department do, I got to move on to our next agenda item. And the next agenda item is Mike Lang, Chief Court Marshal, Annual Report and Staffing Discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What do you do, how to clear a room?
I'm like, how do I follow that? Heartwarming presentation. That's a big ask to follow on that one.
Which impacts your report coming up.
Yes. Yes. Unfortunately, I spent my whole adult life on the other side. Unfortunately.
So did you see the same thing, Mike? Did you see the same thing with people
I
being
see.
incarcerated, that they were being helped?
They had all kind of programs, and not to the extent of this. They had the AAs and the NAs and Junction Bridge and a lot of people from the outside coming in. But just in my 25-year career, I see so much raw talent being wasted.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys can make electrified dollhouses, popsicle sticks. Yes, sir. And doors opened up and lights turned on.
Is that right?
Yes, sir. I've seen it all. And
Huh.
It's amazing. You know, I always tell everybody, there's nobody in Berkeley County unaffected by what's going on. You know, we buried at least 2 family members from it. So, yes, sir. Well, I'm going to get started. I'm not like Tim. I'm not going to ask for some bridge money. We're going to ask for a boatload here, man. So I put the read ahead with 2021's activities from the Judicial Center and things that fall under my umbrella. I know y'all got a lot more going on today. I'll just hit the hot spots, you don't mind. You know, 2021, we still had a lot of the COVID restrictions within Judicial Center. And even with that, we had 89,562 visitors come through the front door. You know, usually every evening we're there till 6:30, 7 o'clock with things going on. I was in training last week I was in Marshall County, and I happened to visit their Judicial Center. And their magistrates have 10 cases a week. We have that by 9:45 and we start at 9 o'clock. So we still had jury trials. We had them with under COVID restrictions. We had juries up to 3 rooms at one time, the same jury pool, 3 different areas that we brought them all together electronically in front of the judge on the big screen TVs and such. It really worked well. Since 2018, we had till December 31st, 2021, we had over 452,000 people come in our judicial center. That's a lot of folks walking through our front door. Our guys screen every one of them. All non-officers of the court get screened. Most of them have questions, where to go, what am I here for, this and that, and our staff are able to help. And over 13,000 court cases were heard in 2020-21. Something happened last year, a couple different incidents. We had 4 staff members physically assaulted. We had Deputy Harmson was hit in the mouth. We had another deputy marshal that literally had a chunk of skin bitten out of him. It's something you don't want to happen. You never want to send your staff to a hospital, but unfortunately in this line of work, it goes hand in hand.
And the inmate that bit the arm wasn't a big,
No, it was a 13-year-old girl.
she was a little girl.
Yeah.
She was out of control.
It took us over 15 minutes to get her under control.
I made it take you.
Well, I was the smallest one there. If that tells you anything. I mean, if you remember Skeeter, she knocked Skeeter upside the head, knocked his glasses off. Four
of you?
And I was the smallest one there.
This little girl.
But what you get and what we're able to hire, I'll use this as a segue, is the experience to know how to handle that. We had every right under every use of force continuum to hurt that little girl. We did not. Our experience, our trainings taught us how to handle that. It was one guy, you watched the video, he got done, 15 minutes, he was the first one, and he just bent over that podium with just like that. He was just like wiped out. 15 minutes, long time to fight.
Oh, yeah.
And especially when you're trying to be very cautious.
Sure.
You know, brute force wasn't the answer to that.
Yeah. It wasn't the physical stress, it was the mental problem.
Right. But I literally had to send the staff, he has a scar. She took a hunk out of him. But that happened last year on a couple incidents. It's just the nature of the beast. They go hand in hand. But no one wants to send their staff to the hospital. No days of work was lost. You gotta give the guys that. They could took days off and they didn't. Another notable incident is we was out in the parking lot. We had to take kids from one guardian and give back to another guardian. We was out there, I guess, 45 minutes. It's just a pouring rain in doing this. And that's one of the bad things we have to do with family court. And when we came back in the lobby, the cleaning ladies literally stood there with mops, just mopping water. We were just so soaked. You know, a lot of things go in that building are just so emotionally fueled that people can't control their emotions. Sometimes it's a handful. Family court is probably the worst hallway we have. We can have murder trials going on with less drama than in family court. And I get it, I understand. I've been there. Last year we branched out. We even helped Brian Ross, Director of Engineering, with the violation of property maintenance. We're serving their papers. And we're probably at 90%, right now at 90%. At that time we was at 100% of able to track him down and serve all his papers for him. Roadside litter.
I've noticed some big difference too. I've noticed some real bad properties being cleaned up.
Some of these properties these guys go to, I'm like, wow. You know, my commute from work is from behind the hospital to here, so I don't get out much. Roadside litter, you know, we started that program in June 2018. Since that time, 914 miles have been covered and 7,400 bags have been picked up with over 4,100 larger items. Clint just gave me the new total, the running total from the program, including our program, the stream cleanup. This does not count tires or recyclables. We're at 622,000 pounds.
How much?
622,000 pounds of trash.
You seen any difference on?
No, I think we're now up to 8.6 bags per mile. How many miles of bags we're getting that Grapevine Road? 60 and 2 miles?
68.
Huh?
68.
68 and 2 miles. 68. And a lot of folks know we're involved with this, and they'll say something to me, well, you know, you can't tell you make no difference. I say, imagine what it looks like if it didn't have the 500,000 pounds picked up. You know, and that gets their attention.
Right.
You guys do a great job. Everybody does a great job with the program. You know, from Tammy Community Service, getting folks in here, doing something, it's not very limelight job to do. To Alan Hart and his crew, to the whole judicial center, including prosecutors, magistrates, to support what we're doing. Talking about Tammy, we'll move on to community service. Year 2021, she had 462 clients. 268 clients committed their community service obligation. Over 30,312 man hours, incarceration days were saved from the community service program. You know, Tammy started this program from scratch. We handed it to her December 17th, said, here, go. Tammy just didn't do it. Tammy owned it.
She has from day one.
From day one.
Not only from community service program, but to sometimes feed a participant, sometimes
give them rides,
times to make sure they were dressed warm enough to go out in the wintertime, pick them up, take them home.
She just hasn't done it. She's owned it. And we'll segue back into that here in a couple minutes too. You know, the cleaning staff are under my umbrella. Now we have cleaning staff somewhere in the county from 6 o'clock in the morning till 1 o'clock in the morning. We have an evening guy doing the floors. We're going around the county, if you can notice some of the floors where they're shiny and they're being, we have a maintenance program. He did 911 right before their big audit. Just moved his equipment down to 100. He's going to work on those floors this week. So, you know, Judicial Center, we're growing every day. We got a lot of folks come in and out the doors. And the best deterrent we have is officer presence. And we cannot get away from that. Having that officer present there in that hallway, at the family court hallway, it stops a lot before it starts. So I hope you find all those numbers as impressive as I do. We got a great staff. You know, we're only good as our staff are, and we're very fortunate. We're blessed with the staff we have. So that was the easy part. Now I got two other parts we're going to go to. You know, July 1, we get new magistrates. For us to properly man and keep the judicial center secure and maintain the integrity of the security, I'm requesting for 2 new staff members. I would like to get them sooner than later, because if the magistrate starts hitting the ground July 1, I don't want to be behind the 8 ball. I don't know when the new magistrate's going to be appointed. It'll be appointed June 1st when they're having interviews, or July 1st. I do not know. So I'm asking you to consider giving me, providing us with 2 new staff members. They're much needed. They're talking about having civil court, now criminal court and family court. The magistrate will have civil in 3300, and they'll have criminal court in family court 2C. So instead of having 2 magistrates running, we're going to have 3 magistrates running. And I put 2 staff members in each magistrate court at all times. So I'm asking your consideration for approving the hiring of 2 new deputy court marshals. I broke down what it cost me to outfit one. We're about $5,800 to outfit one with vest, weapon, and everything. So,
You have to refresh my memory. I don't have. Did we plan that for this coming year?
No, Mike and I met back in January, not knowing what the legislation was going to do, because we didn't know until March, until after budget. And then we've been meeting regularly. In fact, we met yesterday morning for a while. The immediate need is 2 magistrates, because, or two deputy court marshals. Because if, he has, right now he's staffed.
One guy off hurts.
And if he has, when COVID went through, and they did a really good job of keeping COVID out, but unfortunately Ted brought COVID in and made everyone sick. When he had 3 or 4 or 5 officers off, in fact, it got to the point where,
For the emergency contingency plan.
yeah, 2 people at a minimum right now. One of the things that we will be bringing back in probably June, when Mike took over 5 years ago, we didn't have the organization in place that we have now with grounds maintenance and community service and helping Brian out. But what he failed to mention is they've also been assisting the sheriff's department in mental hygiene transports.
Went to Ohio last week.
What's that?
One of the guys went to Ohio last week.
So, he's another one of and I've told you I am so fortunate to have the group of department heads that we have that I can work with, but he and Jack and Tracy and I lean on them a lot. When we set up when we brought over court security from the sheriff's department 5.5 years ago, we based the pay. We set up a separate pay scale for them, similar to firefighters and law enforcement and dispatchers. Actually paid their salary with home confinement. Somewhere along the way, it got disconnected. Now Mike is losing his employees to home confinement. Tim's cherry picking Mike.
At least they're staying in the organization.
But they are staying within. But then the VA cherry picks home confinement. We lost 2 officers, 2 home confinement officers to the VA. Mike was able to cherry pick the Maryland State Correctional System with his contacts, but they've now increased their salaries and kind of bonuses.
They got a $25,000 3-year bonus.
$25,000 3-year bonus if you stay on.
I can't compete with it.
Well,
Shut you down, didn't it?
Our pool is
Shut you down.
Shut me down.
our pool is drying up. So what? And I don't want to take Mike's thunder away from me.
I have the papers we can pass out for everybody.
Just something for you tentatively.
Yeah,
to think
just a
about.
fine.
We'd like to go through reorganization, bring a reorganization into you in June. The most immediate need is authorization to hire the 2 home confined or 2 additional court marshals. And then we'll be back in June to talk about kind of a total reorganization of the department and the pace. I can't say enough about Mike and his staff. If we need extra security in here at night for what we think might be contentious planning commission meeting, I'll send Mike an email and I get an email back and all it says is consider it done. I don't know how he does what he does with what he has right now. And I've committed to him that we would look at the total organization in the next month or so.
In your package is
And
outlined.
he's not going to ask for anything that he doesn't absolutely need, unlike Jack. Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. I didn't see you.
He was a spoiled one.
So Doug, that 10-minute dissertation Alan just gave, I'll answer your question that he didn't, that we did not put that in the budget.
Oh, is that the question? No, we didn't put it in the budget.
We weren't, the magistrate, having a magistrate, getting a magistrate up to about the last day of legislation.
We thought we might get 3.
Right, it didn't pass.
But we did have a conversation about it that we thought.
We briefly talked about it. But you see, I got some things outlined, got a flow chart outlined. One of the things is, I want to talk about 2 of them in the room, is Tammy Hawkins. We asked her to run community service, but we also asked her to do building security. We don't ask anybody else to do 2 duties. I would like to make her community service director with a pay increase. Steve Boback. He's out there. I don't know if you noticed the grounds. They look nice.
Oh, yeah.
You been to Morgan Park?
I
I
have.
haven't. I haven't.
I have.
Yes,
Did
I
you guys get them rocks from my field too?
Maybe.
I see.
Maybe. I mean, they done a great job on it.
I seen a bunch of rocks over there. I thought, man, they still gathering up rocks.
Yeah, he did. They did. You know, for what it was when we started, for, I don't know what, maybe 10 working days. It was a great job.
Still got a pretty big tree up there laying down. What do we want to do with that?
It's down, that one's gonna break.
Yeah. You want to pull it out? You want to pull it out?
Well, I thought maybe it floated with some of the way last week.
I don't think it did. Not when I went by. It's still there.
You know, we hired these folks as deputy court marshals, but their current duties are not outlined in their job descriptions, and I put new job descriptions in. And another one I like to promote is Alan Hart, make him like a sergeant of roadside. You know, when I went to Alan and asked him if he'd do this program, he's another one who's owned this program. He's all in. And I think we need to recognize these people for all the efforts they've done throughout the, Tammy's been in community service since December 2017. And I feel as their boss that I'm doing a bad job of not representing what I feel they need.
So we'll be bringing in a spreadsheet and a request, but
Just something to
wanted
ponder.
At least not gonna blindside you with anything, but we do need authorization if the council sees fit to hire 2 more deputy court marshals.
Are you looking for that to happen today?
Yes, sir, please.
Mr. President, I'd like to move that we hire 2 deputy court marshals. Effective.
We'll begin recruitment immediately.
I'll second.
That's getting tough.
We have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Any discussion? If not,
Not so much with the hiring of the 2 new deputies, but an outline like this. I know when I worked for the federal government on the IRS side, they always wanted to make changes to keep employees, but it took them so long to do it. And I'm glad we're staying up to pace the best that we can, and it moves ever so rapidly, that next target we got to go for. So,
all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Before Mike steps away, Mike and I've had the pleasure of working with Mike now for 5 years, Tammy a little bit longer, and certainly Ted and Alan. I can't say enough about our court security, and I'm going to lump them all together. Our court security folks. And
We're blessed.
we had some federal representatives here not long ago. And they were just amazed at the federal level, at what Little Berkeley County's doing. You know, it's council's truly blessed to have employees that we have.
We really are.
You know, Ted, I asked Ted to do me a favor this morning, and apparently he refused to do it. But
I told you did it.
you know, I told him the window of opportunity continues to shrink every week, and you know, I haven't given up hope.
Nah.
So particularly if we can get those special gloves.
Yes, no, we went to the mock ride in Moundsville, and there's people from Africa, Escobar, from all around the world to this, and they have a compliance glove. It's like a stun gun, but there's no probes. I come up and touch you on the shoulder. When you're closed, you're fine. I go skin to skin, you drop.
Oh yeah.
Get out.
Just with a glove.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's got to be a
He
heck of a
said,
capacitor.
the salesman or the rep there said DOJ cop grant approved. And I was on the email, I sent pictures, I was emailing right then and there to get the grant writers on this. It'd be another arsenal or
If you
two.
have an itch on your face.
We're going to have some, he's coming in to give us a demonstration. He's going to come in and try it here sometime.
I want to see it. I don't want to participate, but I want to see it.
I was going to say, where's
I touch my face too much to have something like that.
It is a
Especially when
neat
you go to
little,
wipe your own sweat. He done slung it halfway.
The best
across
thing
the
about
room.
them, it don't require medical attention when it's done. I don't need to call the ambulance and EMS to get the official tag back. That's all they are. They have barbs on them, just like an official. But these just touch you and you're shot. You're done.
Well, it's like, you know, people, you have training collars for dogs and they'll hold them and sit there and say, I don't feel hardly nothing when you have it turned down. And then you tell them to take your shoes off and stand in the grass one time.
Yeah. But, you know, touch on what Alan said, you know, we get a lot of lawyers out from out of state, from New York, San Francisco. And they're just very complimentary of the system we have in place. Supreme Court justices come up and say we have the Taj Mahal of judicial centers. So everybody recognizes the effort that everyone puts in.
Right.
It's truly a team effort.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you
Mike,
all.
Teddy. Thank Alan, Tammy, everybody else do wonderful work. And again, it's we're just glad to be part of it.
And I want to pay a compliment to Court Security Officer Boback. He gets a lot of work done, and he does a lot of it.
He does a lot.
But the thing I think that I've noticed from him and appreciate from him is the respect that he shows the folks that have been sent to him to community service. He
He's right
treats
there
them
with
with
them.
the utmost respect.
Well, we take for granted everyone knows how to work the shovel.
He gets things out of it, makes those folks feel better. They've probably never been treated so well.
We take for granted everyone knows how to work the short end of the shovel. He literally has to teach a lot of folks how to work a shovel. He's educating these folks on how to work and the tools to work and developing a work ethic. You know, you're right. Steve does a lot of it himself. But on the council part, we bought him all the right tools to do it with, too. Does a great job. I mean, if you remember 5 years ago, we had weeds and flowers bed up to your knees. You'd be hard pressed to find weeds right now. He's walking through park lot picking them up. So that's why I'm asking for what I'm asking for here, back on another later date. So just recognizing the efforts that all these folks do.
Oh, we recognize it.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good day.
Thanks, Mike.
I'll see you next Thursday morning.
See you, Ted.
I'll make sure I stay clear of you.
Ted, give me some advance warning so I can take pictures.
All right, next on our agenda is Alan Davis, County Administrator, Penny Schul, Office Administrator, Tracy Gillums, Grant Administrator, American Rescue Plan Act Guidelines and Application.
2 weeks ago, Tracy, come up because you're the expert. Tracy told me that I could start it and then get out of her way, which I agreed to do. 2 weeks ago, the council asked that Tracy and Penny and I kind of come together and develop some guidelines and an application for a portion of the distribution of your American Rescue Plan Act funds. Of course, Tracy, as she agreed to do under the CARES Act, she became the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 in-house expert. Has set in on numerous broadcasts and trainings on the distribution of this fund and has worked with the National Association of Counties. And before we even met, a day or two after this council directed us to, she already had the outline of the guidelines done and the application form, and then we tweaked it, and what you have before you today is what we're recommending as far as the guidelines. The guidelines are pretty much based on what the federal government says we can and cannot use the American Rescue Plan Act funds for. Just some of the things that I've plugged into it is, you can see in the second paragraph of the first page of the guidelines, I did indicate that today, on May 12th, the council did approve. You had not mentioned a cap on the amount of funding that you were going to set aside for eligible nonprofits. I plugged in an amount of $2 million. Of course, that can be adjusted up or down as the council so chooses. It does not mean that if you set a ceiling of $2 million that you have to spend $2 million. It's just saying that as it stands now, you're going to commit up to an amount not to exceed $2 million. On page 3 or page 2 of the guidelines, you'll see under grant awards, again, it mentions the $2 million, a minimum of $5,000 and a maximum of $100,000 is available per organization. Again, those are numbers that I put in there, and they can be adjusted as the council so chooses. On the next page, it does mention how to apply, and it says that we will be opening the application period beginning today, May 12th, 2022 through June 30th, 2022. We let that, we opened it for that long because, as you can see, the applicant is required. Again, this is information that we will need to make sure that as we distribute the funding, that we're in compliance with the guidelines of the American Rescue Plan Act. And you can see, organizational overview, grant amount requested, budgets for calendar 19, calendar 20, and January through June 2021. Should that be December 2021?
If you wanted to, I just happened to do that last summer, and that's when I.
Yeah, so that'll have to be changed to be December 2021. So 3 months worth of financials, current operating budget, and some other things. So Tracy, and then on the final page, it gives an application deadline. May 12th release of the application. June 30th at 5 p.m. would be the deadline for application submissions. July 1st through June 30th, the application would be reviewed by the committee that you appoint. Date to be determination. The council meeting would make publicly the award determinations at a date to be determined later, and then we would have a grant agreement that we would execute within 30 days of the award. So, Tracy, just.
Well, first, has the rescue plan requirements stabilized?
Pretty much, yeah. They changed from the time it was released all through last year, and the final rule came out in January, and it's it's pretty much that.
All right.
And Tracy has agreed to be the point person now that she has the SAMHSA grant out as of Monday. Congratulations. She's looking for something to do. So she's agreed to be the point of contact for this because she is our in-house expert, and I really lean on her for a lot more than this. But
well, how are you going to advertise?
we probably would do a class 1 legal ad. We'll put a legal notice out there, but we'll also do a distribution we have a list of nonprofits that we provide funding to.
Yeah, but there's other nonprofits out there.
And we would put it on all over social media.
So we're the ones that have actually sent requests in, you're gonna notify
Yes,
them?
sir.
There's
We have a running list.
There's some of the things that we talked about that don't fit into this. We're gonna have a conversation to address that.
Right, and that would be done through supplemental funding from the general fund.
Right. Okay.
But these are guidelines that are established by the feds.
Yep, I get it.
And Tracy, when I went through this, I call it my homework. To the person that's not, that doesn't do this every day, may be a little bit intimidated by some of those requests. Will you and your staff assist folks in getting where they need to be? Thank you.
Yeah.
She keeps me out of trouble, so I'm sure she can keep the nonprofits out of trouble.
All right, everybody okay with this?
Yeah. I
Um,
was just worried about getting to nonprofits that we don't currently work with.
That we're going to do a blanket blitz to get the information.
You know, I thank you and Tracy and her team also for providing this application process, that instead of just coming before us and asking for stuff, at least you have to provide, you know, some financial information to substantiate the request that they're making. So having this process, I think is good business, and it will help take you step by step to where you need to be.
And it'll make all the applications consistent and uniform.
And it's actually all required. We have to have this backup to show that XYZ nonprofit did lose money and they proved it, and so therefore we gave them.
No, it's a great idea to have it in advance so that when you look it over, everything's there. You know you're going to get what you need, not say, we'll approve it, but you got to get us this stuff, and then, you know, deal with that every time. So, no, I think it's a good idea.
All right, so we just have direction to move forward.
Yes, sir.
Do we want to change the amounts that he has on that right now? I know we had different criteria. We've talked $2.5 to $3 million, and we talked about a cap. So, are we we need to address that today? And I'm okay with $3 million, because I don't think $2 million will get you too far, even though it's a large amount of money. And I think we need to do this for the organizations that have and has suffered a loss, and I think the federal and state government expect us to do this.
So, how much of this is going to fit in the request that we already have? Because from what little bit I know about all this, there's a good bit of requests that aren't going to fit under this criteria that we have.
And that's why I actually reduced it from my initial amount of 3 million to 2 million, because I think 2 million is probably going to be enough under these guidelines, but there is going to be some supplemental funding, like council person Whitaker and I discussed this morning, that fall outside of this, that the council will consider as part of your general fund.
Yeah, so I mean,
you can do $3 million because that's a not to exceed number. You may never get anywhere close to that.
Right, and I don't have a problem with that. I just want to make sure that from the numbers that I looked at, I thought we were around $1 million on the other side of it.
Right.
So I thought that's where you were thinking 3 million total, but if it's a not to exceed, I mean.
Well, no, that's understand. That's well put. I mean, if we have that money that we out of the general fund, then that's fine. I'm okay with that.
You want to increase this by $500,000 and put it at $2.5 million?
Not to exceed.
Yeah.
Right now it says a total of 2 million, but we need to say not to exceed a total amount of 2.5 million.
Cool. 2.5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Total not to exceed 2.5 million. Okay. How about the awards? 5,000 to 100,000.
Do we have any that you think are going to exceed the 100,000?
There could be.
Not to exceed 250.
We can say 250, but I hate to.
Put not to
There
exceed
can't
on
be
it.
too many of 250s, that's for sure.
Right, but I mean, if you put that
And
out.
I was just, I was thinking the same way that Council President Copenhaver, what happens if you get
4 of them?
4 of them?
It's done.
There's $1 million right there. And it's not to say that you have to give them
Yeah,
everything
that's
that they ask
where I
for
was
either.
going. It doesn't, just because they requested that amount, certainly doesn't mean that has to be what's awarded. Especially if we receive multiple requests in that amount or somewhere thereabout. We know we've only got X amount of dollars to work with, so then we just start paring them down a little bit.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's the only reason I think we should probably up it would be, what if you only have a few people play? You know, and it's justifiable. Or somebody has a large budget in comparison to somebody who has a smaller budget.
I could actually see somebody applying for some that meets this and some that doesn't meet this at the same time too.
How about if we do 200?
Everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Sure.
Not that we have to give it, but it's just crazy choice.
And the date's okay?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll get on it. Thank you, Tracy.
Tracy and Elizabeth. See, that little bit of help helped me today.
Yeah.
Thank y'all for what y'all do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bid recommendation for roof replacement at 750 Baltimore Street.
Last Thursday, we spent the afternoon walking the roof at 750 Baltimore Street.
Good thing they had that safety fence around.
Yeah, because all those people
Yeah,
were
that's
down
right.
on the parking lot urging us to jump.
Jump!
I thought they were just talking about you. Now you're
Well,
saying I was included in it?
probably.
They had a cheerleading squad.
We reviewed, Jack and I and Tracy reviewed the bids, and I think, Jack, you can come up. We agreed that Blackstone Roofing was by far the most qualified to do a job of this size. They just finished a roof on St. Joe's School, beautiful metal roof.
Standing seam.
Did a big job on one of the big hangars out at the airport. Federal. They do mostly federal government jobs. They're located in Winchester, Virginia. We had narrowed it down, Jack and I, knowing what little we know about roofs of this size, had really narrowed it down to what they call roof hugger re-roof and a re-roof tear-off. Not knowing which one, and there really wasn't that much difference in the product. Not knowing which one would be the best for our needs. So, what morning was it? Wednesday morning. We met with the owner of Blackstone Roofing Council, person Delier, Jack and I. Went through the different systems, and as a result, we would like to recommend that the roof at 750 Baltimore Street, the replacement, that we do a re-roof tear-off, where they tear off the existing roof, put new 2-inch standing seam metal that they're going to I don't want to say manufacture on site.
That is correct, yeah, they're gonna run it.
They'll roll it out.
That they're going to do the
They're gonna
rolls
bend
and
it, yeah.
cut it
Cut it.
on site.
And do the seamer.
Right.
Run 'em.
One piece.
Mhm.
That we
Now,
do.
with standing seam,
No,
one,
I don't think this is seamer. I think this is clip, and I think this is I don't think they're seaming this. It's
Oh,
a
okay.
clip. It's a
Oh, so
wide
it's a manu-
top, right?
No, I think it's an arrow top, the way this looks
It's
at,
a 2-inch.
2-inch stand.
2 inch tall,
Yeah.
right.
How steep is that roof?
This is the same roof
They can tell you, they walked it.
it changes right there over them offices.
It's got more of a pitch in the thing.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, I looked at some of
Does it
his
snow-
salmon.
I'd
Snowbirds?
say
And-
three.
Let me look here.
Snowbird?
I don't think,
So,
the gutters haven't been.
so these
destroyed.
roofs,
Might be two.
these roofs, when you look at these, the top is a wide. If you look down here, are they?
It looked more like this,
Okay.
what I've seen on this roof.
Okay. So it's a folded top. So you're right. Run a seam around.
Instead of being 3 panels down like the old roof, it'll be just one.
Yeah, and the thing about that, right over that office, they can stretch that seam and get it to fit right to it.
Right.
So the recommendation is a 20-year warranty re-roof tear-off, which is a 22 gauge steel, at a cost of $885,000 with an R20 insulation of $125,000 for a total cost of $1,010,000. We had requested the price for an R30 insulation, and I think, Dan, you can talk a little bit about that. You're concerned about the.
Well, to start with, I think the R30 insulation is overkill on the metal roof because you have the solid vinyl backing on it. So that stops the air infiltration through it. And the problem with that screw down surface when you go over the purlins is that you're compacting that insulation in that point, but that insulation is so big that it actually humps. It'll hump the metal. The metal, or what you'll do is where you fasten it, you're creating a dip each time. And if it was me, I would go to the 20-year,
The R20.
or the R20 year.
All right.
The difference between the 20-year and the 30-year is the 20-year has a 22 gauge metal, the 30-year has a 24 gauge metal.
Right. The minimal difference. I mean, I would go with the heavier one.
Yeah, 30 year.
So you want to do 30-year at $935,
Right.
plus the R20 insulation. We met with the owner yesterday. And he called me yesterday morning to see whether we made a decision or not. And I told him we were going to do the tear off, and that hopefully I would make the recommendation today. But I told him that before I made the recommendation that he said with the roof hugger system, he could have it engineered and stamped so that we would absolutely know about the loads that it could hold. I told him that the only way we would go with the re-roof is, and he wasn't sure about the re-roof. I told him that the only way we would go with the re-roof would be to give us still the same engineering assurance of its stability. So he did call me back yesterday afternoon and said that we would get an engineer's report on that roof once it's installed. So the other thing that he mentioned yesterday is we have you have the power pallet. The price of steel, he's been notified that the price of steel is going to go up 25% next week. So if we're going to have the re-roof done, these prices are only good pretty much through today. And I assured him that we would get back to him by the end of business today. So if you decide you want to go with this, we need to decide on what color roof you want put on.
And then I guess the only other thing that we need to bring up, what kind of price of metal to redo the front of 750 or 4H is going. So Mr. Davis and Jason and I kind of picked out a couple of colors that we like. I'll show you what we like and we'll give you all the glory from there.
And just that bump out section, we're going to have the windows replaced, which we discussed last week. Sorry, Jack.
Oh my heavens.
Jack and his guys are actually going to put the new facade on the front of it. It's not going to go all the way down, but just the front where we're putting the 4H section, and we are going to get the new windows and the facade put in.
So he looked at this color for the side of the building and for that overhang part that we all talked about removing or leaving.
Two-tone it.
Two-tone it with that.
So is that the tan and the dark
Yes.
brown?
Yes. You see our ink part right in there. What the three of us kind of decided y'all want something different, say so.
So where's the shingles go fit in there, or the roofing? I mean, metal.
Well, that's what we're here to decide here. What color you want?
What color were you suggesting to go with that?
I suggested dark.
We said the dark brown. Anything that's got a line to it,
Don't have it.
don't have it. It's a long ways out.
Out of stock. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the roof colors we're picking, or looking at.
So the warranty.
We're kind of rooting for this color.
Oh,
No
man.
leak warranty. 30-year no leak warranty. That's
like
pretty
a-
impressive.
Kind of like a it's an insurance policy, basically.
What's that?
I think the roofing companies like this take out an insurance policy, I believe.
Yeah, 30 years.
This is the color we kind of talked about, though. That's
rough
kind of
one,
match this.
30 years.
And I thought about getting the same color to do like the J channel stuff around the windows.
Right, so the only problem I have with your thought process is if these two don't match, it's gonna be noticeable.
They're going to be doing 60.
I see what you're saying. I know everything's coming from McElroy, I can tell you
Yeah,
that,
if
but
it's-
that don't mean nothing.
Right. The roofing coils come from Macro as well, they're buying it from Macro. It should,
There should be plenty.
look on the back of it. What's the color called?
Tudor brown.
Tudor brown.
Tudor brown.
Yeah, so I think you're all right. I think they both match. I mean, that's gonna take a little bit of the pop away from being separate than the roof, that's all. But I don't think it's nothing that's needs to pop out. You know what I mean? I think it blend in with the roof and be just fine.
What about the gutters? The gutters gonna be the color of this?
I was gonna,
I'd do that.
but yeah, I'd kind of do,
Is that something close to the color that's there now?
Yes, sir.
That's what I
It's kinda
thought.
close.
So are we gonna put any snow bars on it?
Snowbirds.
No, snow bars.
Snow bars.
Yeah,
Double
I guess
snow
you
bar.
could put snow birds on it, but I would put,
The bars would be a
But-
little more industrial.
yeah, it's commercial look.
What was the pitch on that, you think?
it's only
Probably
two.
two.
212, not really a lot.
I mean,
Yeah, well, I
you
can
think
tell
we
you,
need it?
I've done some buildings without it, and I've replaced gutter when the snow
I've
ripped them
done
off.
that.
Well, right now, there's nothing there, right?
I guess, yeah, but,
Right now, the gutters just rotten now.
yeah. But how long it's been used and, you know,
I'd say with a 212, you might be all right, wouldn't you?
I think you might be. But I can tell you that I've had two buildings that I've had to replace gutters on, and one of them, I mean, it ripped a lot of, but they had a lot of heat in that building. That building was actually used for a heating and air conditioning company, and they fabricated metal in there, and they heated the whole building up.
I'm happy.
Okay.
Rick Barnhart see it?
Yes,
Yeah, they heated it up, and it's been several years ago, but
That building is not going to get that, other than the office areas where most of the heat will be. So the rest of the building will not be that high.
The windows you was talking about aluminum frames, right?
Yes, sir.
We want them to be Tudor as well, then.
In
Okay.
the office, you're not gonna have a problem because the office area is protected by that other piece.
Right.
You know? But, even if we're not gonna do the whole building, I'd do it in front of doorways anyway. Because where you have those double doors coming in, and those, loading dock area, I do it in front of them, because if you have somebody going in and you do have a load of snow coming off, you don't want it coming off on somebody.
All right, so you said, so naturally the trim around the windows would probably be done in Tudor and J channel, but then the J channel for the metal at the top, before it gets into up underneath the gutter, will there even be J channel, or is that built into the gutter?
it's got a J channel now, Doug, but it's
That
hid
would
by
be
the
the-
On the
gutter.
very top
That
of
would
it,
be the color of the 10, not the Tudor. It would be
there
the
should be a
light.
J channel on the top.
There is, it's always behind the gutter, yes, sir, because
Yeah,
the
you
gutter
know,
goes in
there's-
back underneath,
but
comes
there's
back
no-
up.
There's no purpose to have it up under the gutter. We don't put them under.
No,
But we just run it all the way up to the top. Fold the
Because the
inside.
gutter overlaps.
Yeah, the gutter goes up the roof and overlaps on it, so you don't need,
Right.
and even if you did, it's not visible. You
Right.
generally have all the, like that trim metal is generally the same color, and even the trim around the windows is the same color as the walls, and what you do is you have your corners that are probably your roof color. If you're going with the secondary color, that's what you'd put on your corners, your inside corners, outside corners. That's generally how it's set when you
Okay, all right. All right, any other, good?
I don't think
All
so.
right, we need to take a vote on, the ward, entertain a motion.
So we're not going to do the 2,500 gas pipe because we're going to relocate that inside?
We're working on that.
I
Yes,
can
we're-
give you a little update on
Okay.
that, if you would like one.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
That thing runs from one end of the building all the way up to the other end where anytime
Right.
records are kept for 2 furnaces. So I called Mountaineer Gas. Talking to that lady in Charleston, trying to tell her what I wanted was a battle, but I won. So I got a guy out there, and once it leaves the meter, it is ours.
Mhm,
And
right,
we gotta take it off.
right.
Now then, we gotta get gas back up to the other end for them furnaces. Right now I got 2 choices. Right about where the one building, part of the building we're remodeling, there's a gas line there that we can run up through where the wooden floor is, up to the furnace. And across from the church, there is a gas meter over there, we can run it back across to the second meter in.
So you have 2 different meters.
Have 2 different meters, one on each end of the building. If I can get Mountaineer Gas to go that route. Once it comes to our property that the county owns, we gotta dig the ditches.
Yeah, but if you just got a couple furnaces that you're tying in off, I mean, you should flex, do that flex line.
Right.
But it's 300 feet.
Yeah, but that's what I say, if you're gonna.
It's 300 feet from where we go there, where our line stops now to these furnaces is 300 feet. And everything else is hard pipes. I figured we'd have to hard pipe it.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
but
you could hard pipe it, yeah, and run flex off the hard pipe.
Right. That's how we got the furnace hooked up with the flex. But we still need 300 feet of steel pipe, the length of the building, to get it up to that end.
I'd say we definitely don't want the gas pipe on the roof.
No, so I'd say we're just gonna take that part off and not do that.
It is turned off. They did turn it off, so we can start removing it. But that's the way how we can figure out. Of course, I figure right now we got to about October to get fuel line up to the other furnace right now.
right. Yeah, and plus that line's old enough, being steel pipe like that, probably weathered pretty good too.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say take it off.
Yeah, they want to take off another one that's on the Oakdale Park side of the building that goes over. There's 2 units on the outside of that building that just come over, and of course the units have been removed, stolen, and they just did head there, so they want to tie it back up and loop around, but that would be their responsibility.
Mhm. Right.
So they'll probably just do a change order for putting some snow bars
Yeah,
on.
what we'll do is, if the council approves it, we'll order the 30-year warranty tear-off roof, re-roof tear-off at $935, and the R20 insulation at $125 for a total of $1,060,000. And then we'll work with the contractor to do a change order to get the snow bars put on.
So move.
Motion been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
And what we will do next week is we will encumber this out of the capital, general fund capital. I have the money identified for this. We're gonna pay cash for this.
And I didn't say this before, one of my concerns about two of my concerns, big concerns about putting another roof over top of a bad roof is that there is a couple pieces of steel that are gonna have to be replaced, so that makes it really difficult to do. But not only that, when you encase a problem, that problem eventually is gonna show itself again, and somebody's gonna have to deal with it down the road. If you have a leak,
Hey, Jack.
it's so hard to find a leak because it goes down to the next roof and then travels forever and you can't find it. The other big concern really is the condensation. There's sections that don't have any insulation on it. The way that you do it that way, you'll continue to get condensation, and the condensation at times gets so much condensation that it actually rains down on the ceiling tiles and you end up with wet spots.
What about spray foam? Spray foam?
Yeah, I mean, you could go in and coat the whole thing and do all that, but that's expensive.
No, real expensive.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're charging $1.50 an inch per square foot, for spray foam right now, for high density foam, and you almost gotta go with 2 inches with it, at minimum, whatever you do, so you're spending
$3 a square foot.
$3 a square foot.
And you get an R10.
Huh?
You get an R10.
If you use the high density, you get 7 point something per inch.
All right, so you're still less than 20.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to ground maintenance for 2022.
Our current grounds maintenance contracts expire on June 30th of this year. Currently, Tinsman Landscaping does Pikeside Waterway, and they notified us that they no longer would do that. We put the RFP out. The only bid we got is from C&D Property Management. C&D Property Management has been mowing Sportsman's for the past 3 years, and they have not increased their mowing for 3 years. They have kept it at $494 per mowing. Tinsman has been charging us $350, and they've bumped theirs up a little bit every year, but not too much. The bids that we got from C&D Property Management for Pikeside was $500 per mowing, and Sportsman's Paradise was $600 per mowing. You know, all the ground maintenance other than Pikeside and Sportsman is done by community service, and I think they do a good job. Jack controls the frequency of mowing at Pikeside and Sportsman's, and it's a little higher in the spring, of course, than it is in the summer and fall. I know the council, council president Copenhagen and council person Delier went down to Sportsman's, and right now the mowing is based on 32 acres, more or less. And there's some thoughts that we may not have to mow that total amount, that we may be able to reduce the footprint down there of what we mow.
We talked about maybe mowing the road area, the main road going in, keep it nice and clean, and any properties on the, I guess it would be downstream side of Vinegar Court, is that the one? Is that?
Past the wash, yeah. On the other side where the stream comes through.
Yeah, that's where we're in the house up around.
Yeah, yeah. On the other side, that's really good, and obviously keeping the idiots, if you will, off of the tearing up the property. And I say that because there's total disrespect for somebody else's property. But on the north side, there's no purpose to do that, and I actually think we should take a next step and bring in an agricultural clearing machine, one of those mulchers, and hire somebody, on a contract to just go in and mulch everything that they can take down with that, clear it all down, so that the visibility at that point from the house, you could see all the way to the woods on the far end, if you clear it down, and then it opens it up, and I think it'll make it a lot easier visibility wise to keep people from coming in there and being in locations where you can't see them.
The current contract is good for another 6 weeks.
I would imagine that guy actually, I think the guy that bid this, didn't he say he thought that guy say that he had a place down there, a lot down there that he used, this guy did? Yeah, so this guy actually has a lot down that bid on it. Huh? Yeah.
So
I would think you could probably call him and get a modified price on it.
Well, what I would recommend that we do is, let's work, if it's agreeable to the council, one award Pikeside.
Right.
That way we can stay on top of that, and then we'll get back, we'll revisit Sportsman's and come back in with that.
Yeah. All right. Entertain a motion for Pikeside Waterway.
C&D Property Management at $500 per mowing.
So move.
Second.
Have a motion on the floor, a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion is
Is there still a
approved.
problem with people throwing stuff in the place?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's more of a problem, of course, in the spring when we haven't been down there all winter long. So between stuff blowing into the waterway and people stuff throwing into the waterway, the other problem that we have is the sumac and the weeds coming up through the riprap. Jack's certified to spray, so we try to take care of that.
It's probably tree of heaven, that's it.
Pretty much. The raspberry bush.
All right.
Do you want to talk about the ATV ordinance, or do you just want to?
You tell me.
Well, it's up to you. As you know, we continue to have problems down at Sportsman's, not only with ATVs, but four-wheelers, trucks going down there and just tearing the heck out of our property. My concern is as we continue to add property, the 22 acres down at Inwood and the addition to Poorhouse Farm, is as we have these properties, it's going to become more and more of an attraction for people to get there. So our ATV ordinance has not been changed since it was implemented. How many years ago? And
2009.
So Councilperson Delier called me last week and asked that we look at revisions to the ATV ordinance, which Anthony has worked on, and a draft is in your packages for your. You want to discuss it, Anthony, what changes you've made?
Yeah, I can discuss briefly. It doesn't really give a lot more authority than what's under the old ATV ordinance. It tries to clear up some of the language, and the legislature has changed some things with certain sorts of ATV usage, permitting certain types of vehicles. They have certain lighting, special purpose vehicles to be used on roads and various places. We don't want to go out of that. But this is really just to go after folks who are using them recreationally. You can still, under the law, go up to 10 miles on an ATV on a road if you're as far right as possible. You're doing it for certain purposes, not recreation. But this clearly covers public property, any county property. And this is, of course, in addition to other crimes. So destruction of property, trespassing, or anything else that they may be doing. Really, I think the problem with Sportsman is catching and enforcement at this point. They've got some tools. I think we needed to look at the ordinance a little more. I wanted to have the prosecutor's office, since they would be the ones prosecuting it, make sure that they're okay with the changes.
So basically, this is just for review purposes.
It's just for your information to let you know that we are working on some changes.
Let us, then we'll review it and make sure we don't want any changes, and go from there.
Yeah, some of it didn't even, like the old ordinance, it was 800 pounds, where it limited the top of these quads that are out there now way over it.
But those quads are licensed.
Not all of them.
They could be.
They can be.
The ones I've seen on Route 11 are.
Oh, yeah. So the ones that are running down there aren't.
Yeah, well.
And I think our ordinance isn't going to turn back around and target anybody that's doing things lawfully. It's basically the ones that want to break the law and be ignorant to everybody else.
And Alan is our caretaker down there, so he could speak to what he's seeing, but it's 2 or 3 of the residents down there. But you also said they're bringing them in by trailers from out of state.
From Hagerstown, they're bringing in U-Hauls full trailers.
Are they still doing that?
Yes.
They're bringing them in by the trailers and tearing our property down.
Playground.
Yeah.
The old ordinance, I don't know where the definition of ATV came in. It was very small four-wheelers. This is broader, which you have the authority to do, but it's clear in there that it doesn't include the special purpose vehicles under that another statute, which are permitted. But you still couldn't go and trespass with those,
Right.
of course.
Right.
Which would be considered ATV.
And that's what they're basically saying is that there's a public access down there for the county.
It's not public. It's all privately owned roads down there. Just it could be under a homeowner, not even a homeowner, but
There's no public, it's county property, there's no public access right now.
But they figure since it's owned by the county, it's for public use. And I know Alan in the past has gone out to stop them, and they've even surrounded your truck.
Yes, sir.
And I don't want to put him in a situation that's unsafe for he and his family to be down there. unique circumstances, trucking wouldn't let you get out.
There was 12 of them down there at one time. When I asked them to leave, they used a bunch of words that basically said that you're not a police officer, go on. I said, all right. So I went and called deputies and they came down, and of course, they were all mouth at that point in time, and they decided to leave because I did call. And then deputies come down, then they're back at it once they see the deputies leave.
All right.
Yeah, no, they're obviously at areas they can see them coming and going.
But it's like they're all family up there.
I get it.
They're all family. And if they're not family, they text each other, and there's nothing that we're gonna be able to do about that point.
Oh, we'll do something about it. We'll eventually get there.
There's other ways to get in there.
The locals, like up at the Shell Pit and up on the hill there, are they associated with the people that are coming in by
Yes, absolutely.
trailer?
Yes.
They're all.
They bring in their family or friends or whatever down there. Yes.
All right.
All right, thank you.
All right, so we're going to continue to work on that and get it done as quickly as possible. All right. All right.
Thanks, Anthony.
Any items from the public? Need a motion to go into executive session for legal and economic development purposes. Motion been made second. We are in executive session. All right, we're out of executive session. No action will be taken. Mr. Barnhart,
Mr. President, I move to recess.
we are recessed.
Thank you.